Hello, hello. Hey, Deep Skies, what's up? I've been pretty good. Slow day today. Had to shovel my driveway. Took the kids out to their mom's house, and I figured stream a little bit earlier than usual today and finish this off, so I'm not up till 2 in the morning again. But yeah, I usually stream later than this. This is like pretty fucking early for me. Yeah, Deep Skies, I don't know if you saw, but it's 8 AM and I'm at the bus stop. Dude, you're like legitimately, I think you're like in the opposite time zone from me. Like, you're as far ahead of time as like it could possibly be from me, I think. Cause I'm in Eastern, and if you're Australia, so it's like fucking, what time is it for me? Is it 3 or is it 4? It's 4 o'clock for me. Back to the future. You're legit living in the future. What's it like? What's it like over there? Is it any better? Or does the future suck just as bad as the present? Or as the past did? Hovercrafts, dude, they sick? Damn, I can't wait till tomorrow. I can't wait till tomorrow morning when they announce it. Yeah, I'm doing episode 5 of Phoenix Wright. We're at the very end, I think. I think it's the end. It was really fucking... I did 7 hours of this shit yesterday. 7 hours of this one episode. So I have no idea how much is left. But we're gonna fucking find out. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. I totally forgot to take that blanket off above me. Oh well. You gonna be shocked at like $69,420? Yo, that's sick. I actually have that much money in my pocket right now. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know! You're a patrolman! As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Looks like me when I played Red Dead Redemption for 1 second. That's legit what this guy did. He plugged in Red Dead Redemption, and then was like, you know what? That's my life now. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. I have a feeling this is going to be as fucky as the rest of the cases we've had. In plain old English. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Let's fucking go. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Like how even the judge is like, well, fuck. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. I have a feeling like his freak out is gonna be he goes like he switches to regular English. Hey, artist. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good.
So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. He said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know join the police force.
Alright, guys, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Got him.
How does this guy avoid being fired?
Right there. He just said he hasn't been in that room in weeks. So I need to catch him there and then show the fingerprints. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that, too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?"
Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or, as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back to the west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to give a shit. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Man, I wish.
Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante.
Interesting. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems. If I remembering right, I was at the Street Side Saloon the time it went down. Secret ammo trail. Actually, you know what? I gotta read that shit. I never read it. Let's see. So let's go here. Check. Incident number SL9. Case closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall? Was that like his brother or something? Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Skye and Emma Skye. Executive investigators Damon Gaunt, Lana Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. What? Very interesting. So I have his fingerprints, but he said he doesn't want me to use the fingerprints right away. But what does that leave me to use? God, there's so much fucking evidence. God damn it. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. How do we up the ante, though? My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the Street Side Saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Card. That was just because that card has fucked me over so many times. I thought I'd give it a shot. Death due to loss of blood, 1 knife wound, died within an hour and a half before PM. So he was at a saloon getting pasta. Saloon. I feel like someone should corroborate where he was. We've got the ID. Brought back by Gaunt. Half-written document. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the police department. Glove. The evidence locker. So, I would say we should probably bring up the fact that he should have seen on the tape that the locker was open. So, like, this in the tape? Oh boy, this is already going poorly. Fuck. Do I gotta press him again? Is that... You know what? I should probably repress everything. I forgot. I just told myself I was gonna do that again. Out of ammo. That's right, partner, as you call it evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. So that makes me think, like, I should pull... Like, that line of text makes me think I should be pulling the fingerprint. But he says, before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. How would I up the ante? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor room. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them. Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. The was recorded. Major rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Okay, so I feel like... So I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. I wonder if I could show him this. Who is 77777? Like, I feel like he could answer this. This is tough. Let's see. Signed prints. Jar piece back together. Fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print has been wiped. I'm gonna try to show him that. Present. What the f- Okay, he told me, like, I should up the ante, so that made me think I wasn't supposed to use that. What the fuck? Why? I don't- Come on. That's bullshit. Like, even the game was leading me away from using this. Hold on. Maybe I get kicked. Maybe I should read more. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Huh. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Okay, whoever's locker that is, on the top left, that's who it is. That's who the person was, that was encountered in the room. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Interesting. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it.
Blood-stained fingerprints. He did what to prints? Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That, one more thing. That locker happens to be... It's him. It was him. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. It was him. It was him. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Got him. We got him. I already know it's Marshall.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it.
I've got him. I've already got him. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker's covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. Murder touched my locker. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. I'm not. You ain't gonna get no reward from me from a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why?
Unrelated?
They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. Dun dun dun! One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this.
Damn, Phoenix calling out homonyms?
How did you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture.
This seal of blood? In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this.
The security tape.
So long as my trial isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. Or my trail. This trail. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
I can prove it was him, though.
What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video's the only direct evidence you have.
We got him. We got him. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present,
let's fucking go! Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. I've been waiting to do this since I saw that fucking cloth sticking out.
Now then, let's have another look at the video. Yay, it's my favorite video, honestly. Show us this incriminating evidence. Okay, don't even let me read that. Fuck you.
Stop. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you. Stop. Go away. Go away. Stop. Stop! Please. I'm begging you. Just leave me alone. Of course, it's at the end, too. Boop. Boop. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
That locker with the white cloth sticking out? That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Let's fucking go. The game really loves me looking at that fucking thing.
Da-da-da! Oh, the white cloth, it's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! It would seem that's the only— Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know.
I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. Show my fucking attorney badge. How do I prove it? It's his fucking locker! It's the fucking, here, look at this, you dumbass. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Is he eating jerky now? This motherfucker. I only got 1 word for you, partner.
No!
Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself! If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olé! Please, answer the question!
What is he now, a bullfighter?
That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. What do you mean? Damn it, Phoenix! Quit it! Quit trying to make me autopilot you. Just tell me what you're thinking. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Like, he had to have been the dude, and he had to have been this guy. It had to have been him, right? He's dressed up as him? Yeah. Officer Marshall was standing right here. Well, Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. I don't get it. What the fuck? Now they're ganging up on me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would have been, well then, let's see it. Where's Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Okay, so this is, wait, oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, right there, would that be it? Officer Marshall was standing right here. Yeah, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Oh, okay. I mixed them up, I guess. I forgot Meekins was being accused as the killer. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I can already tell by looking at the picture, because, like, you could see his hair. Like, right, there's, like, a frame where you can see his hair and stuff. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me!
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence?
He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt?
Save before it fucking puts me in an unsave loop again.
That Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim.
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
Is this where Edgeworth saves me? Huh. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics?
For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions.
I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
It's the jacket, because it has blood on it.
Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
I think I got it. I'm pretty sure his jacket had blood on it because of Meekins, so he had to hide it in his locker. Oh, but anyway, hold on. Let me see if I can show where you can see his face. I think it's when he's, like, going in the locker that I, like, saw it. Yeah, it's like when he's going in the locker that you can see it. Let me go back a little bit. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat! You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. So I'm pretty sure that the sister is the one wearing the coat. So I'm not 100% sure. Unless that was her own jacket? Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you were only half as persistent then as you are today. We all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. Seems the time has come. I'm gonna save again. For anything, let me catch up with chat. Georgie? Whoa, Georgie, you didn't ook? No ooks? Wow, impressive. I can't believe you didn't ook today. God damn. Ugh. V equals victim, K equals killer, K equals Meekins. I didn't know that. Alright, hold on. Let me put these blankets up. Ugh. I'll def ook at one point. Well, you just did. You just fucking did, buddy. I actually left the one above me up still. Oh, I bought Wandersong, by the way. I got it. I was able to get it. I got my hands on it. It was like... I got it off G2A for like $2. I think every time you come in to chat, Georgia, you should ook the time, like the clock does. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's Sunday going? Ook 137. Have you gone to church yet, Georgie? You go to church today. Gotta pray that gay away. Waiting for you to be like, take a lot of prayers to get this gay away. I tried, but I got burned every time I touched the door. Damn. You gotta fight through the burn. That's what you gotta do. You gotta fight through it. You just fucking grab the door handle and push, baby. My next goal is to get a camera with a wider lens so you can like see the whole thing. You can see the whole room. And then you can see every hair follicle on my face and how bad my beard grows. I left the top ones on, so... Yeah. I left the top blanket on last night, so I'm just gonna leave that. I'm nearing the end of Trigger. Fuck yeah. Alright. I'm gonna read this, and I'm not gonna be looking at chat while I go through, like, the important parts. So I'll see you on the other side. You got Funny Magus. Hey, he's the best part. He's honestly the best part of Trigger. He's the coolest character. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera.
There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Damn. Wow. So the supposed victim was really you?
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Meekins cut his hand.
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation.
I had to do it that day. Just gonna stand by and let it die.
When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to be to completely end with the transferal that day.
Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner, that case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I...
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera?
And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker by yourself.
But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
True. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Must have been when he started that TikTok where he helicoptered it. Never mind.
Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I thought he said he cut himself. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out, and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera.
So, you did your research beforehand.
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
Ow. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day,
there wasn't any murder. No murder? But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, The evidence was already gone.
Oh, the plot thickens.
The evidence was already gone. How? Who is the Sevens? Whoever is the Sevens, that has to be the person who took the evidence out. Because the Bruce Goodman thing was only used once. Oh my god, it's so confusing now. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty? Someone else stole the evidence.
Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Tell me why. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes of serial murder. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't stand by and let it die. I stole the ID card, dressed as him. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekin to knock them out. Managed to escape. I knew which areas would be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the room. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Because his brother was involved. His brother was dead. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Hey, you watch Avatar? I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor awards you got. What? A prosecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Oh. He took off his hat. Oh my god. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, his fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of the Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Objection. No, you should have said objection. That would have been so much cooler. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape was really fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Oh, get ready for it. Here it comes. Here it fucking comes. Your Honor! Wait! Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Damn. Hey, if you're gonna give me an inch, give me the whole thing too, edgy boy. Come on. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it. The names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and I looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney. Look at my badge.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have left. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh, boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark.
Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. If I've ever needed to save state, it's right now.
What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
The fucking badger was in front of the locker! There's no way!
Could there be something I'm missing?
I object! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Fuck that thing. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
Ugh! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
So that means... just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but this isn't fucking Pokemon. This is Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney! Blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. I've got a theory. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been... Someone bled prior... It had to have been... It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered! That's ridiculous! I refuse to accept your absurd claim! The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that doesn't explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport it really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, as Mr. Edgeworth said? Proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Oh! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 777 777 7 7777 777 7777 77 at 4:20 p.m. Blaze it. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777777777777777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number this 777777777 777777777777777 is. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777777777777777777777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who's a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries, that's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask a question.
Yes?
No, not you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
What, Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777777777777. 77777777777.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I meant to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crimes with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence.
See? That's what I'm talking about.
No.
No! Order, 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 order!
Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos would have to wait until the following day. Ooh. You're gonna use his dead brother? Absolutely. What about the Joe Mama case? I don't know. Do we need to bring up the Joe Mama case? He's such a good boyfriend. Who's such a good boyfriend? You talking about Edge Boy? Edge Boy? Edge Boy? I have a feeling I'm gonna regret that 7 meme. So the 7, it has to be Gaunt. It has to be that dude. But I don't get it. Why? Unless he's covering up that he was the serial killer. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Yeah, he gave 3 minutes. Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. Oh, man. Ugh. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings, but apparently I haven't heard about any fucking thing. How the fuck did I become an attorney and not hear about, like, the biggest cases? Or even know who the chief of police was? Or the detectives? Or the other prosecutors? What the fuck am I doing with my life? Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean? What happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming.
So, but what do you think about my badge? See this? It's my attorney's badge.
Ah, well, I've never seen a real one before.
She got over it real quick. I show her the badge, she's over it. She's over getting almost murdered.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though we may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma.
What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl?
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much. My badge brings happiness.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. It's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence and make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see.
I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime.
There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning rooms are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What?
That's news to me. Do I know anything about this world?
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her.
I have no fucking clue what's happening.
Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana.
Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs.
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
You have a right, Mr. Wright. A right, if you will. A right. Two rights don't make a wrong. Do you see what I'm saying, Mr. Wright? A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana? What the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gaunt cracked together.
Chief Gaunt?
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked on the crime scenes. Damon Gaunt. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister.
But now you're chief prosecutor? What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gaunt's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
Gaunt is looking kind of fucking sus. Kind of fucking sus, baby.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dog.
Second in command? That means the investigation led was Damon Gantz, right?
Yes, Deputy Chief Gaunt and I shared the same office. And the same investigations.
They even had the same office?
God, Law & Order SVU up in here.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us?
Damon Gaunt and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gaunt and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gaunt and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers, while Gaunt and Marshall were questioning Dark. Oh, but they weren't doing a good job. Oh, shit. Huh. I don't get this. I'm trying to look at this scene. How does he end up on top of him but stabbed in the back? Maybe there, I guess there could have been a struggle? I think like once he got stabbed in the back like that, that's like his fucking spinal column. He's done. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? That's the pot! The pot! From the crime scene. That's what knocked him out. To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. I'm not. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? Got me. Alright, guys, that's it. That's it for the stream today. We found it out. Phoenix Wright is, in fact, gay. And we can all rest easy knowing him and Edgeworth will live a happy life together. It was, thanks for coming, guys. I'm sure their babies will be adorable. They will have spiky gray hair and the like. How beautiful. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions come as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gaunt and I shared. The office that Mr. Gaunt now occupies by himself, the chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, site of the final SL9 murder.
Maybe. Maybe it's time we fucking go check it out. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things kind of seem quiet around here today. You're right.
The chief of detectives seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Fucking... Oh, Mr. Marshall!
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, Sarah. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus.
Say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? Why do prospectors head west? Does anyone know? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about it, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
But the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind?
They were duped into the idea of gold being out there, and were too poorly off in the East to have better options. Oh, you mean, is that the gold rush, right? That's what that is? I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
Highest honor? You mean the
King of Prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
Oh my god. Whenever Tia walks into chat, I'm just like...
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired. I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
Shit. Man, I sure love stealing. We sure are creative, Dylan. Yeah, dude, it's like, you know what? We should start selling NFTs. We might as well. Just fucking, we're already stealing from people. We might as well make a ton of money doing it.
The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yep, Damon Gaunt, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret's too well guarded. I never found out.
On a secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
And just like that, we probably never saw him again. Edgeworth is legit never the enemy. He's always the sex icon.
I mean, there's a handprint on it. Can we look at this fucking handprint, please? Like, I don't want to click on this thing, but... Please stop.
At least it was shorter. God. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking at what actually went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Slide to the right. Man.
I wish this stuff would stay checked off, like, so I know I don't have to recheck it. This is the same shit. Is there anything I can do here? Let's look at the ladder.
Aha, a ladder. That's a step ladder, Senpai. Help me, step ladder, Senpai. Oh-wo, oo-woo, Senpai, oo-woo, oh-wo, oh-wo, yamate kudasai.
Exactly.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee?
He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks.
Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gaunt's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. The handprint is probably Gumshoe's. That's what they want you to think, heroes. Oh shit! This is the room. This is the fucking room of every villain in every video game ever. What the fuck do you mean? Only villains have organs in their rooms. I can name like 5 off the top of my head. Fucking Van from Tales of the Abyss. Ganondorf. Actually, okay. The guy in what Rockadoodle. The fucking owl in Rockadoodle has one in his room. Well, I need 2 more. I didn't think this far ahead. Guys, help me out. 2 more villains with organs in their room. Gruntilda? Does Gruntilda have one? I mean, I guess it's in the church on her estate. And this guy. Perfect. No, this guy. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons and They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant!
He put that paper he was reading on his desk.
So, Right-ho, have you been swimming lately? No I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? You mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's the pot! That's the pot! That's the pot! That right there! That's the pot! That has the blood on it!
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right in this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
I'll put my whole fist in it, honestly. I'll put my whole fucking fist in it. I've already figured it out. That statue. He fell on that statue. He 100% fell on that statue, and that's how he died. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get the fuck out! I'll kill all ya! Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gaunt denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
I found our way in. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him? Honestly, are there? I think there's no one that hates him. Everyone just wants to fuck that machine. Everyone wants to be fucking that absolute machine of a man.
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe, and I know it, for making enemies.
Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work.
Yes, sir!
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat, Dick.
Yes, sir!
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir!
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well,
I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all his pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth.
well, did you find anything?
The only evidence Doc left behind was that during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Now, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then and he killed him too. Then, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he joined himself in.
What the fuck? That guy, what? That wasn't a serial, like, when I think serial killing, I think like fucking, like, you know, cold calculated murders far apart so they don't get caught. That was just a slaughter. He just fucking killed everyone in a fucking 4-meter radius. Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, a.k.a. Emma.
Damn. About this.
Hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it!
Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? There was a Monty Python sketch very similar to that. They made a flesh wound reference in one of the earlier cases, so that's, I mean, it's probably littered with those references.
That's right. We traced it back to the store. He bought it at Plus. It had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet! Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. There was some guy where everyone around him just kept dying in increasingly absurd ways, and everyone who came in and saw what happened would blame him.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What, really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Good thing we have our own card.
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was that you fucking...
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Fuck. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Shit.
About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere before.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous
My
lives.
leg!
Oh, shit. Hey, thanks for the follow, Daniel. If Dark is innocent, then I think it would be fair to say that this case is a reference to that sketch. I have a feeling he's innocent, because, like, thanks for the lurk, artist. What I think is he got, so, I don't know about the serial killing part, but the office thing seems pretty suspect. He was I think he was definitely framed in that. But was he could have been the serial killer of all that other shit, but that right there that happened, I don't know. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gaunt?
Where could I have seen that before?
Bruh, it's in this fucking picture, you bitch! Like your voice? Thanks! Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm on the last episode of this. So I gotta show him something else. What else can I show him? Reminds me of Max from Sam and Max. Hold on a second. I gotta look this up. I don't think I've ever played Sam and Max. Is that that's the one with the dog and the rabbit, right? Is that it? Oh, it is. It is.
Hold on. I've never played this game before.
Ooh, does this mean we get to kick some puffy white mad scientist butt? Shall I confront, subdue, and pummel the suspected perpetrator, Sam? He's not a real guy, Sam. Can I keep his head for a souvenir? Why do you suppose it's ticking? Sam, either termites are burrowing through my skull,
This is
or one
an
of us
anime.
is ticking.
Or this is the guy
George's
from the
acts
anime
of
or
senseless
something.
violence are my forte.
Boy, I always sleep like a rock on these.
They made an anime of this game?
I hate to
Like, the
wake up
pictures they're showing are fucking anime.
to
That's so
It
cool.
was hours ago. You know I have the memory of a dried trout. Let's debone the smarmy little skis and see if the phone's in there. Don't like hide, say? How'd you like it if I dangled your greasy hide out the window? Who was it? The Girl Scouts lawyers again?
Okay.
I don't normally endorse the use of the word dastardly, but this is clearly dastardly.
Okay, well that's fucking that's fair enough. That's fucking fair enough, dude. I gotta play that game now. Okay, so we gotta show our boy here. Show him something. Show him this. And I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people accusing him of injustice. And I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty.
So, I definitely gotta show him something. How's everyone's Sunday going so far? I really want to finish this, but there's gotta be a lot left. I feel like I figured out the red herring. I'm gonna figure out the murder. Then I'm gonna have to figure out the old murder. Then I'm gonna have to figure out the serial killing. That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 420.
The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777-777-777-7777 777-777-777-777-777-777-777-777-777-777. That's 1 7 too many, Detective.
An executive officer. I just might have a hunch.
Is that not what I'm supposed to show him? It's a pretty long case. Dude, I spent 7 hours playing this yesterday. And I don't even think I was halfway through it. I stopped like right after was it right before we brought Marshall on the stand, I think. Yeah. 7 fucking hours, and I'm 2 hours into today, so I think the the DL6 incident one, that took me 7 hours almost exactly. Took like a whole day to finish this case. Jesus Christ. It's yeah, I agree. I mean, it makes sense. It's been taking a long fucking time. I don't know what to show him. This? Oh yeah, I never even looked at this. The text is A116. Or AI16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master. That is such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence.
Hampered of the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. I think I showed him that. I'm supposed to, like... Okay, murder weapon. Hold on. Because it says at the end, like, I'm supposed to show him something, right? Am I just chasing nothing here? I'm good, right? I can just leave now? Alright, let me just go around and I'll go back to him. Or no, that's where I just came from. Move. Police department. Move. Underground parking lot. Move. Prosecutor's office. Yeah, here we go.
I wonder if Edgy Senpai is back yet. Ooh woo.
There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Must have been some Rule 34.
Tough day in court, huh? Huh. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. His feelings of mutual, male-agendaed love.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. The hoy? The hoy? My beloved. Give him a kiss and make him feel better. Stop edging me, Edgeworth. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase the fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartbreak.
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. He's got to let it explode onto me. All over me. Just let those emotions out all over my face, Edgeworth. I can take it.
Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists?
That's odd. I can name 3 things that are longer than this list.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
Picture? Something seems strange about it.
Could you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this!
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police station. You finished up at the office?
How come you've never finished up on me?
Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gaunt asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday.
So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Well, I've got something to show you. What do you think of this? I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago. Yeah, it's the same shit he said before. Damn it. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gaunt's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, it's Edward. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a fucking second here. Is that the murder weapon? Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story?
Sounds interesting.
Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award was based on. Okay. So here's what I see here. Okay, so we have a broken blade. But this was before so you would think he was the one who died because of the broken blade. What's really suspicious, what really sticks out to me is the broken blade on the trophy that is gone. And also that fucking large-ass knife on that armor statue right there. I mean, come on! Who would take a picture in front of that? Why? Lana's gotta be terrified right now. Look at her. She's like, what the fuck? What is this big thing? Why is this in his office? This is dangerous. Look at the level it's at, too. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? I mean, it's not like I didn't know who the chief prosecutor was, or the chief of police, or the detectives, or the judge, or you, or who my lawyer teacher's sister was, or you know what? Why don't you just go ahead? I'll listen. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. Damn, I wish I could sell arms. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd. He claimed that claimed to slice us through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Objection! Oh, I see, so the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so, they symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. Phoenix knows who Edgeworth is. He's down bad for him. He acted like he didn't know him at first. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gaunt. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gaunt.
Very Oops, wrong thing, hold on. So the evidence that was stolen was probably, was it that from the trophy? The break in the switchblade blade looks just like that. Is that it? I think that's it. Uh-oh. Please don't tell me Miss Star is back. Damn it. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Is she fucking coming on to me? Miss Star?
Yes, she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple. I can't take this bitch. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana pulled the knife out of Detective Goodman.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gaunt! That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep our investigation up. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used?
Angel, please tell me your definition of being used. I'd love to know.
Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. Gaunt led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best, like no one ever was. To catch them was their real test. To train them was their cause.
They were traveling across the land, searching far and wide?
Teach Pokemon to understand the power that's inside.
His magnetism.
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean?
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Damn. Angel, define used. I'm a visual learner, by the way. Please. I'd appreciate it if you did it with this.
Yes, thanks to Chief Gaunt's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last. I'm finally getting close. I'm done edging. I'm so close.
Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
My girlfriend and I are going as Miles in Phoenix. That's cute. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, that's so fucking cute. Now Georgie's gonna do. Georgie, you should do that with your boyfriend. Oh my god, Georgie. Holy shit. Imagine doing that with your boyfriend. That would be the perfect fucking couple's Halloween costume for you guys. Oops, I went the wrong way. Criminal affairs. Oh, you're back. You're still here? And I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey?
Oh, that DJ. I thought he meant dick jockey.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incidents. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
I don't know, what game we... Can we fucking... Would you take a little kiss? Little kiss? What are our pronouns? He, him. I'm he, him. Georgie's the same.
What are yours, Daniel? Is it damn Daniel? Because those would be the best pronouns you could ever fucking have. Damn, Daniel!
Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations. Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right?
Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see?
That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting.
Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details.
He, they? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. I typically say dude a lot. Or I just say they, them anyway. Can I show... What do I show this chuckle fucker? Detention center... No. Wright & Co. Parking lot. Prosecutor's office. Fuck. Yeah, I don't have access to any of the other stuff. So there's gotta be something I can show him. But what could it be? I mean, I could just go down the line, I guess. How do I convince him to let me into the office? I feel like the ID card record would be enough, just because, like, that could be his boss's. Maybe I should go back and try to talk to Miles. Promise him an Edgeworth nude? Fuck. That would get me so much further in these games. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Died from blood loss in 10 minutes. Fuck. Hey, Hoss! I really don't know what to show this fucking guy. Oh, wait. Was that important? Nothing still. Do I just go down the line showing him everything until he fucking gives me the fucking go-ahead? Is there a way to get another lunch from the girl? I don't know. Maybe I don't think I did check her her text again. Let's see. This? Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell. I don't have anything else to tell you. Yeah, I guess there's nothing else here either. It doesn't even like hint at showing or anything. Let's go to dude's office. Nothing. Oh, oops. I remember the court parts very well, but not so much the in-between parts. Yeah, well, wait, what did that say?
I think I already showed him this. Oh shit, am I gonna get the whole parable thing again? Okay, hold on a second. Show Lana the picture? I forgot about her. I mean, does she matter right now? How will anything from her get me anywhere? Talk. She doesn't even give a shit. Yeah, I don't think there's anything with that. I think I need to go back to... I need to show something to... Edgeworth. Hold on, let me show that last thing again. It said something, at the end that I'm guessing was a hint. Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. I'll show this motherfucker everything I have until he loves me. Oh. Wait. Chief God gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense.
A certain detective comes to mind.
Okay, because that didn't help. I went in the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Gunn asked me to do something. Take evidence from a case solved 6 months ago and go back to the prosecutor's office. I have a locker in there as well. Did you notice anything amiss when you were in the evidence room? The room's always dark and I was in a hurry. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss here. I don't know what else to show the motherfucker. Maybe the... 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gaunt's behest, giving it its current form. Maybe I can show the trophy to Lana? Maybe she would know. Yeah, I remember that. I like how it doesn't even give me, like, I would have read all the names individually. That might be important. No. And of course I get no hints here. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along! I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the blood stain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit, he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m.
I guess that wasn't it. Fuck me. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go make some coffee. I really want some coffee right now. Fucking him talking about making coffee that whole time is killing me. So I'm gonna go to my BRB screen. I'm gonna go upstairs. It's probably gonna take me like 4 or 5 minutes. But I'll be right back. And, I don't know, I guess I'll just show him everything, maybe. I don't fucking know. I'll figure it out. Georgie, I'm trusting you. You're on patrol.
So you're Ragu. You've got some pretty disgusting hobbies. My foot fetish has nothing to do with you. Only someone with my refined sensibilities could understand the pleasure I derive from such things. You're just like those senile old fools on the council. They bored me to death and never let me see their feet. It's the privilege of my exalted station to dispel such boredom with the help of the common people's feet. You can't mean that's your only reason to do those things. I just one-cycled Ganondorf. Uh-oh. Oh, he's pointing at me. Rest in peace, Wolf. I had no idea I was getting to a mini boss fight, but here we are. Oh, he's one hit! If I didn't do the tablet, I would have won. Yo, is this a— Yeah! Oh my god, that's so fucking cool! This is so cool. Oh my god. I'm gonna heal. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna fuck you up, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. Remember when that guy killed me 5 times? Eat my shit, big dog thing. Eyes on it. If I was Rico, I would have a fucking, you know, if you donate fucking 25 gift subs, I'll take off my hat for 10 minutes.
Take it off for the rest of the stream for 25. Fuck. Oh shit, somebody's gonna clip. Fuck.
Please testify to the court about this. Hard evidence. How hard and throbbing was it? This old man needs visceral details. Gumshoe's like, well, shit. It had a large vein on the back. It was huge. Giant, even. It smacked me in the face and knocked me unconscious. You want to know why this Band-Aid's here? Because I got slapped so hard with the son of a bitch. Oh, there's like a couple dots I just can't reach at the very bottom of the screen. Oh shit, I got him. Oh my god. Oh, yo, this is about to be 100%. There better be an achievement for this. Oh my god, if there is an achievement for this, I'll sue. We're gonna have to add more, devs to kidnap, Jorky. Oh, I can't get the corner. No! Oh, wait. Hold on. I almost got it. Oh my god, you see this? Oh, so close. Oh. There's like 2 dots. 1 dot. I got it! Oh, wait. Is there like one in this corner here? Bro, the whole screen. It's all— I got it. That's all of it. Let's go. I did every last bit of it. Be the— oh, hey, what's this? Oh, we can go up. Hashtag let me be the protagonist. I love holding down the fort. Oh! I've had that for about a month, yeah. There's like this thing. It's like a pump. It's a big hit. Alright, Larry needs to be put on a list. Larry has quickly dropped down to the bottom. F-tier character, he needs to be put on a list. Why wasn't it there yesterday? Huh? Oh, right! The compressor was busted. Oh my god! Oh my god. Why does this always happen to me?
I wondered if I should call the police on Larry.
Talk to Santa. Get fucking curbed. You can have a burger. That was close. That time worked. Okay. Shit. Oh no. I got greedy. Woo! He's on my tail, Fox! Alright. I'm gonna read you guys a bedtime story.
The cats nestle close to their kittens. Your lambs have laid down with the sheep. You're cozy and warm in your bed, my dear. Please, go the fuck to sleep.
You didn't hear it from me if you follow. I follow. And you should be following too. Twitch.tv/StillinWithABlankie. If you're not following, you're probably square. Should I draw you a portrait? Fuck yeah! Draw my fucking portrait. That's me! That's me! Look! Right? Oh my god, dude, I can't believe he fucking nailed my lackadaisical expression. I cannot jump over that pit because the last player is holding the lightning. What the fuck? What does that even mean?
I cannot jump over that pit because the last player is holding the lightning. I will peg your ass.
And that's what it's all about, my friends. That's what it's all about. It's all about killing the man. No, this is what I really want. What I really, really want. I'll tell you what I want. What I really, really want. I want Yuri to accompany me to Nor Harbor. Here, I give you guys like a variety of ooh-woos. How about this? So we've got ooh-woo, and there's ooh-woo, and then there's a ooh-woo. That's my range. He gives me anything. It's sad they will work less and less as time goes on. Fewer and fewer copies. That's right. You felt an aura of longevity from Array, the cat. Nuts! What the fuck was that? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I never really in-depth strong at this point. Look at this! Look at this! When I fought him before, this motherfucker would never, he would never show me the shiny crystal thing. He just fucking kept fucking tanking me! Get ready. Ultimate Ogie! Entry number 1. I'm Richard. I'm 29 and I'm here to protect beauty pageant sexism. Okay, I like Richard. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Jorky, would you be able to put up a poll? And this music's not too loud, is it? At Dylan with a Blankie was a fake penis? No, that's not a fake penis. That's a butt plug. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 puts us at 12. Damn. We need a hate poll. We need some hate. We need some hates already. It was quick. It's definitely a butt plug. I've seen. Ah! Oh, why did I hit quit? Why did it go to quit? Why did it go to quit? I just pushed A! Bruh. Really? This is wild. Oh my god! Oh shit. Okay. I figured it out. We're good.
What are you waiting for?
I got it.
Shoot!
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot!
Yay! They're dead! Now now that's what I call gameplay. I love girls with big fat titties. The dude's face when he does. Been after the purple snake. Oh my god! It's Artist! Artist is in this game! I'm making pretty pictures! Go away! I can't believe Artist. Dude, you didn't tell me you were famous? Look, there's even enough room to put an EW in there. This is obviously a cameo. Open, mister! Brilliant. Time to find that fuse, shall we?
Do a flip!
This fucking idiot finished the game yet, or
Oh
what?
my god. Georgie's in this game. Georgie's in this fucking game, too.
Come on, Urameshi!
Are you serious? I need to listen to that.
No, yeah, he legit just sounds like Muscle Man. Love it.
I need to hear that now.
He'd just be like, he'd just be like,
Hey, Urameshi! You know who else has a spirit gun? My mom!
Oh shit, I just cut out at the fucking ice needle clip. Damn. What's up, Squish? Oh jeez. Ooh. The judge is way less horny in this case? Why? Gross. We need to get him horny. Okay, my bad. Sorry about that. Rest in peace, Ice Needle. So I made my... Check it out. I made it. Look at this. Made a sweet... Oh, you can't even see it. Hold on. There it is. Look at that. Look at that. Nice foamy goodness. If a guy gonna make me shave down there, he gonna shave up there. You know what I'm saying. You made me you made a cup? I didn't make a cup, dude. It's fucking delicious, sweet drink. And it's hot! Fuck! Ah! I'm talking about Jake Marshall's beard. I think it's alright. It's like mine. I'm okay with mine. I don't like... I couldn't have like a thick, bushy beard. Squishy, now that you're here, I really need your fucking help. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. I've talked to everybody. I'm trying to get into Gaunt's office. And I don't know... I think I gotta show him something, but I don't know what to show him. I feel like I've showed him, like, everything pertinent to the case. Oh shit, oops. Look at that, that's my badge. What day am I on? I'm on day 3? Okay. So I'm on day 3, right? I'm on day 3. I'm investigating. I'm at the part where I have to get into Chief Gaunt's office. And Gumshoe's my only chance of getting in there, and I need to show him a clue that will, or some evidence that will give him, have I gotten the key? No, I don't have no fucking key. What key? Where do I get a key from? I've talked to everybody. I talked to fucking Lunch Lady. I talked to Miles. I talked to fucking Lana. I talked to the sister. And, like, there's, like, I haven't gotten any clues on what to do next. Like, she says, fuck off, I have nothing else to tell you. And then Edgeworth is like, show him something to provoke him. And I've showed him, like, everything I have. Except my dick. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Must I present the cock? Because you know me. I'll do it. Can you get the paper off the floor? I forgot about that fucking paper. I was too busy making the scene as gay as possible.
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Okay, hold on a second. This happens to you every day, Edgeworth. Girls are always crawling around your feet. How are you gonna act like this is the first time that's happened? There's no fucking way that you have not had any type of creature crawling around sniffing your feet for the goods. Because if I met you, that would be the first fucking thing I did. Rant over.
He didn't even look.
What letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. I could put something alive inside of you, Edgeworth. Me. Marry me. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault! I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
That's it. Okay, I figured it out. We gotta show the letter of resignation to what's-his-face. Thanks, Georgie. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot all about that paper because of all the jokes I was making at the time. What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? Only when I'm shucking his dick! Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. He doesn't want girls down there. No women at my feet, only men. Sweet, audacious men. We betrayed him! The gay agenda, you say? Georgie, do you have a comment on this? Oh no. This cup is so round and audacious. I must coaster. I have to coaster. That's right. Ah, yes. The sweet, sweet coaster. It'd be real shitty if my desk broke because of all the shit I have on it and that fell on me. Comment on what? The cup you made? It's a really awesome cup. I didn't make that cup! I didn't make that cup, Georgie! That's it. I made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
Nani?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. I love him.
Back off, fuckface. He's mine.
All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucks swiftly into my pocket. Yo, Daniel, I'm back too! Let's go! The streamer has returned back to the stream, and the watcher has also returned to watch the streamer who just left the stream. Let's go. Ugh. I want everyone in chat to name a villain that has an organ in their room. Or a villain from any movie, video game, anime, where like they're playing an organ while they're talking some evil shit. Thank you, Squishy. I've been doing my best. I had trouble at the very beginning because it was so like everything was so like, you know, vague. But as it goes on, I've been nailing it every time. Like I see the things like before they happen. Except for the light. The light took me a minute to figure out. The light on that one door. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Phantom of the Opera? I have no idea. Never seen that either. But I already named a couple off the top of my head that I remember. We're in! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I can't... Legit always my reaction. My friend knocked really hard on the door, so I came too. The streamer yelled really loud, so I came too. That scream startled me. Daniel, welcome to the streams. They happen. They happen every once in a while. I feel like this should be a much more popular reaction GIF than I've ever seen. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! I hardly ever got a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together. We're all in this together, everyone. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
The statue. Show me this fucking statue. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Emma has just become the greatest character in all of this game. 100% Emma is now in a tier of her own above everyone else. We always avoid our taxes, gamers. Don't pay your taxes. Don't pay your fucking taxes. Taxes theft. Tax is fucking theft.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh, be careful on what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this army as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. I hope this guy's too stupid to clean the blood out. Absolutely. Be gay, don't pay your taxes. Blood! Whoa! This area must have been covered in blood! Is this from that incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall... Are you kidding me? In 2 fucking years, they've never cleaned this office? Is that... I hope that's carpet. If it's carpet, it makes sense. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull.
So a murder really did take place here.
Alright, so we got the blood stain. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Cute. I miss Edgeworth. Guys, can we get an F in chat for Edgeworth, who is no longer in frame? This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
So this was the same day.
And after receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dak. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think?
I had a dream once where I met Edgeworth. Did you crumb?
Did you breadcrumb everywhere? This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean.
Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were stuff of legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of a crime?
The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the Chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point.
I bet I know the password. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
Fingerprints. Fingerprints. Yo, we can fingerprint this bitch. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Okay, hold on. You know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
No, I don't want to try your birth date.
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
I swear to fucking God. Are you kidding me? That's so fucking dumb. Love it. This guy is not very fucking smart, is he? I entered the code 777. 777 7777777 7777777 77777777777 7777777 while we had 7 viewers. It all comes together, doesn't it, guys? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777777777777777777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Dare we? Is there any money in there? How much money does he have stashed away? Give it to me!
Look, it's a...
Oh.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all that was in this safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shot from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
that cup. Ugh, that holds a lot more coffee than I thought it did.
How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Yeah, we got two things we can show the motherfucker. Let's go. You want sussy baka evidence? Let's go. Fucking pot. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
Hello?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. What do the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it?
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
There's legit only one place to put it. Well, I think because I could have done it later, right? I didn't have to do it all at that one point. I could have just done it all later. I like tea better than coffee, so I don't like coffee either. I'm not a big tea drinker, but I just learned I bought all this stuff so I could make cappuccinos. So I like froth the milk and all that, even though Georgie hates milk frothing. And it's amazing. I like legit never go back to like not grinding my own coffee beans and making my own coffee like that. It tastes so good. Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But... Hey guys, get a load of this!
What is it?
This piece he just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
You mean blood, you fucking idiots?
There it is.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
I want to personally throw away all of Dylan's milk. Georgie, I'll fucking fight you, dude. I will absolutely fight you. I like black coffee because I'm insane. Like, when you grind... Like, I found out when you grind your own coffee beans and eat it like that, or not eat it, like when you make coffee like that, the black coffee actually has taste to it. But like the shit that like when I worked at a dealership, the shit they would make every day, like that stuff tastes like garbage. So the handprint thing, would it be this? So the handprint thing. This? I'm not a big fan of sweets. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Wait a minute. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to be always alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
If only I had something. If only I had these nuts. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't, nah. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You know, just let it go at that. Sorry.
This guy's starting to get on my fucking nerves.
Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think. Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of that?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, gumshoe. Fuck you, fucking gumshoe. What about the SL9 file? Oh, wait, can I investigate this? I forgot I could check stuff. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. Can I spray this? Like for blood traces? How would I do that? Stab in the back, died from punch. So, I'm trying to get him to give me the handkerchief thing that has a handprint on it, right? That's what I'm trying to do. I gotta show him something that connects the handprint to the case. I mean, this was obvious that the piece of that pot was missing. I have shown him everything that could have a handprint on it, like, except maybe, like, the knife? This knife belonged to the murderer Joe Dark, broken tip, blah, blah, blah. No, I wonder if I can. Let's see.
Heaven or hell. Duel. One. Let's rock.
Oh, Ace Attorney, baby! What's up, Clark? Thanks for the raid. How did Minecraft with Tio and everybody go? Oh, did that work? Did the fingerprint shit work? Everything got quiet. If I ever get in trouble, can I get you as my lawyer, Dylan? Sure. No one redeemed that. I forgot all about that. Damn, Dolly, good job. I can't believe Dolly was first. Get fucked, everybody else. It was a fun time, and we hit affiliate tomorrow. How's finale going? Fucking long, dude. I've been to court like 3 times. I figured out one crime scene. I'm figuring out another crime scene, and I gotta figure out another crime from like 2 fucking years ago. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh. Can you do fingerprints on a cloth? Sheesh! Where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have time to be told 1,000,000 times.
Alright, let's get this over with. No, oops. Here we go. Here we go. We're going. We're going. Look at this. We're spraying it. We're getting the aluminium stuff everywhere. Depending on the material, 100%. You know what? I don't even remember what I just fucking said. What's a good question? Look at this. We're gonna get it all. Oh yeah, soak it in there. Soak it in there. So Clark, you're hitting affiliate tomorrow? Are you excited? What's the affiliate stream gonna be? They can do fingerprints on a cloth? Really? Oh, that's what I said. Well, I don't... Yeah, that seems weird. Like, when you wipe it off, can you do fingerprints? I feel like they'd smudge a lot. Gonna do Fallout... Fallout Nevada? Okay. Or, yeah. Dude, speedrun affiliate. Let's go. Clark did pretty much fucking speedrun affiliate. I'm pretty jealous. Super jelly. Fallout Nevada, let's go. Exactly. Look at this. Woo! Aha. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Shit. Shit my wife says to me. The first week, it wasn't me. It was all those amazing friends that helped me get there. Dude, bro, honestly, that shit... Like, you and, like, Tio moving up so fast, like, fucking, that shit inspires me. Because, like, when I started the stream grind, it was rough. I had, like, nobody. Like, it was Georgie. If it wasn't for Georgie, I probably wouldn't have kept streaming. Georgie was at, like, every fucking stream, always pushing me forward and stuff. And, like, I was lucky. I got lucky to be raided by a guy that eventually brought me to Rico. Like, that's how I ended up with Rico. And when Rico started, it was the same thing. Like, well, he started and he got really lucky, like, immediately of a guy raiding him. And, like, when you have people helping you, like, gain your audience and, like, just like, the exposure, that's the hardest part, is getting exposure. Like, I don't know, it feels real good to, like, help you and, like, everyone else. That's why I like raiding people and, like, hopping in their chats all the time. It feels nice. It's nice that you don't have to, like, go through the bullshit that everyone, like, having, like, one viewer for, like, 3 months until finally people start seeing your channel because Twitch doesn't show it to any fucking body. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Yeah, let's keep doing different prints, baby. Alright, middle finger time. I should have done the middle finger first, honestly. Tia was the same way. I remember there was literally a whole stream with just me watching. Getting the first 1K is hard, at least on YouTube. Oh, I tried YouTube. YouTube is a lot harder than Twitch. The algorithm on YouTube is fucked. They don't give a shit. I used to be on YouTube. We got 1,000 subscribers on our channel, but we were not getting any exposure. The only exposure we could get was what stuff I paid for. It took almost a year and I got affiliated because I was lucky that my first stream of the month cycle was some 3 viewers there. Even after that I got lucky with affiliate, no one was there. It was the middle finger, baby.
I feel like I've seen this fingerprint before already. It's Emma's fingerprint! Uh-oh. Legit always go middle finger? I bet that's what you say every Saturday. Yeah, for me to get affiliate did take me like, it took me like a month or two.
No, this can't be!
There's a small percentage for luck in Twitch. Twitch doesn't really have good discoverability, but they put it in the hands of us. So I can take these 13 viewers we have right now and I can raid somebody else. And that could introduce them to a streamer that they start to see. YouTube doesn't have a feature like that. People gotta find it through YouTube. That's the only option. Twitch doesn't really have discoverability, but it gives us the power to show each other. I can host people. I can raid people. I can go in their chats and talk to them actively. Instead of like leaving a comment on YouTube that might not be seen, if I talk to somebody in their Twitch chat, they're going to see that. And like eventually, like I've talked to a bunch of people just like being in chats who are like, do you stream? Yeah. And then they follow me and then they end up being in my chat. Like a lot of people who watch me are streamers. Rago's a streamer. Clark is a streamer now. Rico watches, Jay Mordial, like, Dom Tulio, Dieco. They're all like streamers who I watched and then they eventually started watching me. There he is. You fucker.
No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. That's really funny. I remember finding a video with less than 10k views, and YouTube, the company, had commented on it. We'll be in chat after I finish this. Oh my god, look at that! Rico's got Ice Needle! I forgot. I really don't get to see it that much. Is that it? I think we're done here, right? We just we bounce out. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gaunt's desk!
Speaking of that, we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gantz! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short.
Everyone, enjoy it while you can. Edgeworth is on screen. I will give you guys a little bit to stare at him. Rago, didn't you go to bed like an hour ago? Rago's a lying son of a bitch. He do be lying. He's always here. He's always here lurking and watching. I know him. Rico's an icy boy now. Yeah, I figured, I saw Rico put one up for VIP, and I was like, what I was doing is I was giving them out to, like, people who talked a lot, but I have 50 slots, and, like, you know, I don't, like, that's kind of unfair, because there are people who lurk a lot and get points while they watch. So, I thought I'd put a point option, too. You have 10? What, 10k? Or did you spend it all? Sleeping is hard. It's not the only thing that's hard in this chat. Whenever Edgeworth's on stream, it's hard. You have 10. Yeah, I think you get it. You get more slots with how many people talk in your chat, or how many people watch you at once. I think. So like, I remember I think I've had like 30 people talking at once. So I have 50 slots, and I only have 10 given out. So I've got 40 more to give away. And it's kind of unfair that I'm, like, hogging them all. But before, I didn't have a lot. That's why I was, like, very skeptical about making a point thing. But then I looked at it today, and I was like, holy shit, that's a lot. I have a lot of slots that more than I thought I did.
Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case! It would appear so.
Evidence list added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask y'all to leave.
Yes, sir! Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But say...
Now get out.
Yes, sir!
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait, you! The one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
I would not leave a 16-year-old alone with that man. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So, she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodwin. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term I used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
I remember Dylan when he was like, okay, I redeemed it twice now, give me VIP. And how angry he was when I said it's 3 times redeeming it. Yeah, fuck off, Rago. This is some bullshit. I still got it, though. Big VIP vibes. Gant is legit a butt munch. I hate Gant. Go get our girl back. Emma believes in be gay do crime. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is the person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes.
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that the Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant.
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command of the investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Wait, falsified evidence? More like...
Demon Gant.
I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all of the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmise, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate.
Orders? Let me actually go to sleep now. School is calling. Just drop out, dude. Fuck school. Who needs it? Just be a full-time streamer. Good night, Rocco. Who would win in a fight, Von Karma or Gant? I think Gant would. Neither. They team up to kill Edgeworth. I think Gant would take Von Karma easy. Von Karma's old as fuck, and he's like, Gant swims more? Why does he keep talking about swimming?
I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No.
When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Oh my god! This is what Polly was talking about, right? Is this what Polly was talking about? This is! I think Polly said they stopped at the part where the knife was in the muffler. I just realized that. I would be a full-time streamer, but no one watches me or even gives me money, so I need a job. RIP. Imagine getting money from anybody. Just drop out, have me dying. Yo, fuck school. Get money. Von Karma is a fish man, though. Oh, that's true. Gant would win because he's the human disguise of Ganondorf. Dolly, I don't know if you were here for that. I said the same fucking thing the first time I saw him. He just looks like Ganondorf, except he's not green.
When I found the body, this knife was stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife?
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him.
Yeah, who would give Dillion money? Crazy, right?
Fucking Clark? Okay, you can give me as much money as you want. Spell my fucking name right, though. I was too distracted on the Minecraft server. God damn it, Knackle. Don't you fucking do it. I swear, I will make that a bannable word. I will ban that word from chat. That's not how you spell Dylan. Yeah,
million? Dillion? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Doesn't make any fucking sense, guys. Everyone says it! I know! Oh, Jesus Christ. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Star, huh?
Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about them one day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gaunt, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. Dillionaire? Fuck off, oh my god. You have a Dillion blankets? I did it on purpose. Everyone does it on purpose. If everyone either does it on purpose or their phone autocorrects it. How the fuck does that make sense? How does Dylan make sense with 2 eyes in it? That's why my Twitter handle is Dylan with 1 eye. Because it's 1. It's only 1. You edited my layout a bit. Are you gonna stream again, Knackle? Don't you fucking tease me, you sussy baka. Oh, Knackle, it's Sunday, by the way, just to warn you. Whenever that race is over, they might raid me again. I don't know. They did it last week, so they might not do it this week. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. What about Dylan? Is that enough eyes? Yeah, it's just 1 eye. That's Dylan with 1 eye. There's only 1 eye in there. Stop it. Stop it, you guys. Stop! Stop it! I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana! You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything! Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
It's 100% that statue. Motherfucker fell in that statue for sure. That's gotta be what it is. He fell on the statue and then they switched it with a switchblade to like pin it on him. Da-na-na-na-na, hey, hey, hey. Yo, is it almost trial time? Trial time, baby. Final day! Dawn of the final day. Got him. Those are uppercase I's in the spot of L's. Can we ban artist? Can we ban artist? Hey, guys, we've got a spot open for a clipper. If anyone wants to clip for me from now on. I've been lurking since you started streaming today. I had to pop out with the multiple eyes. Give this trial all you've got. This is gonna be wonky, dude. This is gonna be wonky. All right, guys. So I'm heading into the trial. And once I do, you know, I'm gonna scarcely look at chat. So you guys, if you guys want to discuss the case, what you think it is, if like don't give any answers out to like anyone who doesn't know. But if anyone doesn't know and they're trying to like, you know, put their suspicions out, feel free to discuss them. I'm not gonna look at chat because I don't want to be spoiled on it. I want to try to find my way through it. Here we go.
This is the defendant lobby, all right? There's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
Something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, it's Edgeworth. My bad. He's Irish now. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777777777777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch.
Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regardless this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something,
and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court. My love.
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gaunt has on her, it's now.
February 25th, 10 a.m. Gamers, District Court, Courtroom number 9.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth his opening statement, but I'm hungry wongy. Before that, I must eat my lunchy wunch.
Chief Gant!
I love how they apparate, just fucking... Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Ajay, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. These cases are fucking crazy, homie. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered the detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Yo, I just got fired? This is a quick game. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case throughout testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. A request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
Is this where fucking Emma pops in? Are we about to get some Emma action, guys? I think we need some fucking... Is it some epic music about the swell? Can we get the epic music?
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Greg! Craig, you played 2K? When did you play NBA 2K? Is there no audio on that clip? I can't hear it. Hey, Greggy. Thanks for the rady waity. What were you streaming, buddy? I'm in the middle of this trial here. I'm trying not to look at chat so no one spoils it for me, like if they want to discuss what's going on with the case. But thank you for the raid, everyone. This is my pal Grego. If you guys want to give him a follow, drop him a follow. My man's. He plays Skyrim. He plays so many fucking games. Variety streamer, sweet swell guy. Love him to death. I would have plugged Clark, but everyone here already follows Clark, so no audio for the NBA 2K clips. Aw, did it get muted?
It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Is this where it fucking happens? Is this where it happens?
Heaven or hell. Duel 1. Let's rock.
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gaunt. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me being. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you ask, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gaunt?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
You take a horse and you eat it.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dock of the Joe Dock killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Here we fucking go.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
But he had a knife in his back. It wasn't in his chest. It was in his back. It was in his back, though. Not his chest. It was in his back.
I think. It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Let's fucking go. Let's cross-examine, baby. Let's go.
Waiting at my sister's that day, a man came running and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Wait, what? Hey, fuck your face! What? It obviously contradicts that evidence. What? No, that's bullshit. And stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It says right there on the fucking report. Stabbed in the back. What the fuck? I want that back. No, I want that back. That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out,
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark.
I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
But we never had that dinner. A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then, he ran into Skye in Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Oh, oops. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Doc's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gaunt and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Doc.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but...
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was a pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim?
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just couldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture, the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
Draw it again.
This picture that Emma drew reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man.
The myth. The legend. Okay, so evidence about a picture? Picture. On the evidence list? I never looked at this. Oh shit! Oh! Oh! Pictures on the back of the evidence thing. A picture's drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as a prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Oh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?! Order, order! But, Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, that means...
Your Honor? Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Ugh! Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor, I just finished coming. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh, God. That's that thing? That thing was dancing in the evidence room? Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found on Gant's desk. What the fuck? Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Huh. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture.
Cringe.
Okay, so let's save. And let's press the fuck on. So we got picture, flash of lightning. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I want to look at that again. What is the other half? Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that! God damn it! Fuck me. That was an accident. I'm sorry. I'm gonna reload. I was just... I was trying to look at it. I wasn't trying to do that. This has to relate to the handprint somehow. So the knife is in this guy's left hand. Huh. Alright. I just want to look at that for a minute. Alright, let's press. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who'd come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright. And I was knocked to the floor.
Wait a minute. What if it wasn't the serial killer guy at all?
You were knocked down to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. Every now and then, that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. You really need to torture this girl any further.
What?
Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
This picture shows what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced by in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not.
I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well.
That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
It's the blade. The blade's already broken. How is it already broken if he didn't stab him yet? Do I need to present the picture? Or the knife? So, okay, this is where I'm confused. So, the knife is obviously shown as broken. So, I need to present evidence which contradicts, like, so maybe the autopsy. So, there's, like, several things I can show here. So I can show... Like, if I could, like, point it out in the picture, that's what I'd rather do. I feel like that would be easier. But I could show the picture and point it out on the picture. Or, stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart, knife tip was in the wound. That's the second thing I could show, because there would be no knife tip. She drew that there was no knife tip. And the blade itself that doesn't have the tip. Oh, thank God I was right. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken, too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
the knife from the halberd from the statue is the real murder weapon. This was put in its place to frame Dark. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! God damn! I haven't come so hard in my 27 years of coming! But sir, you're like 80. Never mind that. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. I will object to you all day until you kiss me, you motherfucker! I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correct. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, Mr. Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error.
Mr. Wright?
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. Let me save, because it could be two things. It could either be the actual trophy itself or the picture with the trophy in it that still has the knife, so... If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright, but may I remind you that the... God damn it. See? I'm not taking that. I'm not taking that L. I don't deserve that L. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. God, oh my goodness. Ugh, it's everywhere. My pants. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall's holding. That's a broken knife! As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order, order! I feel like Jotaro when I do that shit. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Ah! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died! That's true.
What the fuck is happening here? I don't even know the bullshit I'm spewing!
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now!
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? But you're underage!
I knew it! This picture, is that the jar? I'm the one who drew it. Is that, or the pot? What?
You drew that?
That's right! The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Please make it stop.
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. I hope they put me in Smash.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
It's the pot. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible! The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him till this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop, please don't pursue this any further.
Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please.
But is it impossible?
Thank you for the bits, whoever donated the bits. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're getting to the core of the matter.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them.
Alright, actually, let's go right here. We'll save. Press! When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
Shadow the Hedgehog. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized,
Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Alright, so I'm pretty sure it's the pot. Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? Yeah, I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounded strange, but I was surprised when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? Okay, let me save here. I'm pretty sure it's the pot. I can take a look at the pot, actually. This? That makes sense? Wait. Would that be right? It seems right. It is broken. A piece of it's broken. Yeah. I think it's this. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
That's it. Yeah, it's that. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really?
I think I got it.
The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful night 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright?
In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. Boom. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of a jar?
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Like this? I am not really sure how I'm supposed to show it. Like, I can see it, but it's hard to fucking tell. It's a useless-ass jar with a big-ass hole in the middle of it, huh? Like this? I feel like it's something like this, maybe? Oh, wait, okay, hold on. So I need to flip this upside down. I think that's it, for sure. Yeah, I think I'm closer. Like this? I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I can't fucking tell, bro. It's really hard. Cause like those angle down, which makes me think, oh, wait, I see. Wait, is it because one of them's broken? Is that the hint? That's why that one's got a band-aid on it? I don't know. I don't know if that's part of it. Oh my god. Please stop the music. It's not helping. I might be thinking too much into it. Maybe I just gotta do it like this. Alright, hold on. Let me flip it over. Flip it over like this. This isn't right. I've got to make it look like more like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape to the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more or horizontally. Oh my god. This is gonna be dumb. I have no idea how to, like... This? How would she have fucking seen it? No, this seems right. Maybe? Just because I'm going off of, like, the things go like that, and then that points straight up. So like this? Oh my god. Please, stop it. Please stop it. I feel like the horn thing is like the most important part. But I don't know what perspective to get it to where it looks like what it's supposed to. I mean, this seems okay, but I already tried this. It didn't work. Oh my god. You need to, like, do it like this? Right? Jesus Christ. I'm like 100% fucking lost. No idea how to make this look right. I fucking hate this guy. I hate... The Blue Badger is low tier. Worst fucking character in this game.
He just makes everything more difficult. I'm about to just fucking spin it around until I get it right. This is fucking stupid, man! Like, it's gotta be... So, it's gotta be upside down. It has to be upside down. Because the fucking two side horns are pointed down. Like this? Oh my fucking god! Jesus Christ! Well, is this a miracle or what? Shut the fuck up. Eat shit with that. No one can possibly deny the jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be! Order! 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 The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually Tits. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well, then. Please tell us. What's different now that we've witnessed the witnesses saw this jar? Now that we know the witness saw this jar... Does it change the location? Because I don't think we know where the location was. Wait, it does change the location. Died from blood loss, Died from blood loss under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Okay, so here's what I know about this. It doesn't have the blue bar's not at the top, so I'm not going to lose anything for this, but I still want to walk through it anyway. So, the pot, based on the blood, they think it happened by the sister's desk. But because of the pot in the picture, it shows that it happened on Gant's side of the office. Doesn't change the murder weapon. I mean, it could have. I think it changes the location. I'm gonna go with location. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witnesses testified to themselves.
Dylan, there's some crackle, pop with your audio.
Like my game audio or me? Is it the game? Me? Oh no, don't tell me that. Did my microphone go out? Oh, I'm not really sure what to do here. Let me unplug it. Did it go away? Or is it still there? Hello, hello. Penis, butthole, cum jar. Keep talking a bit. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city. There's still something a bit weird with it. Fuck me. I hope my microphone didn't go out. I actually have another microphone. Give me a second. I'll swap. I've got a backup microphone. I can switch to that one. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Oh, he's pointing at me.
Rest in peace, Wolf. I had no idea I was getting to a mini boss fight, but here we are. Oh, he's one hit! If I didn't do the tablet, I would have won. And that's what it's all about, my friends. That's what it's all about. It's all about killing the man. Hello, hello. Is this better? Did it stop? When I was a wiener, my wiener took me into the wiener to be a wiener ween. It's still popping? What the fuck? Well, at least I ruled out the microphone. I don't want to play this game anymore. Alright, that was fun to see everybody. Does it only pop when I'm talking into it? It's not like the worst pop in the world or anything, but it definitely not how it normally sounds. Usually just unplug and replug soundboard. Do I use voice meter? You know what? Now that I think about it, hold on a second. It could be that this. Alright, does it sound any different now? Is it still the same? It's still popping? I don't use voice meter, no. You have voice meter, you can reset the audio engine. I don't have voice meter. I started using, that voice changer thing. Oh, let me see what happens when I turn it on. So let me turn on voice changer. How's this sound? Does this sound any different? Sound better? I could, this is the software that I have, or this is the software I use for the thinking effect. Sounds weird. Sounds compressed. Yeah, it's on a, something, it's called clean. It's the clean thing. It's like, this is so you can keep it on all the time. I hate how it sounds. That's why I don't keep it on all the time. I hear a little popping still though. Okay, hold on a second. Let me unplug my mixer. That could be it. Hello? Hello, hello? Is that working? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Did the pop go away or no? Is the pop still there? Did we fix it? Haven't heard it yet? Okay. Great. Fuck. I had to, when I unplugged and replugged it back in, it got rid of my old... Got rid of my old AKG microphone, so now I gotta fucking... I'm gonna have to delete that old microphone and change it to all the other ones. The classic still works? What do you mean? is it? All right, give me a second. I gotta change some stuff around. Let me switch back to my screen. I'll be right back. Oh, the unplug replug. Yeah. I wish I could have. I probably could have just turned it off. I think I do have an option to turn it off, but I can't see it from here, so I just unplugged it from the back. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
The cats nestle close to their kittens. Their lambs have laid down with the sheep.
All right, hello. Can you guys hear me on
warm in
this?
your bed, my dear.
Hello, hello.
Please, go the fuck to sleep.
My stomach, you see, it's hurting. Deal with it.
Yo, he did it! Bro, can we get some fucking sunglasses? Fucking, oh my god! Okay, you know what? I think I got it. My bad. There's 2 microphone audios there. I gotta delete the other one. I fixed the old one so I don't have to reinstall it everywhere. Okay, remove this. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I definitely don't want it to sound bad. But this microphone sounds good, right? Like, it doesn't sound different from the other one, because I have 2 of these. So if I need to plug this one back in, I will. I know this one got some fucking use from the other guy who used it. He put some fucking use into this thing. Some wet, sloppy, disgusting use. I don't hear any popping anymore. Alright, cool. Well, put Old Faithful away for now. I might swap it later. Yeah, I was looking into getting a new microphone. I wanted to get a Shure SM7B, which is... Fuck, it's a $400 microphone, but it's the one that everyone uses, like all the big guys. Let me switch to another screen, make sure that it's working. So if I switch to starting, you can still hear me here, right? Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I see the audio spiking right there. Let me see if does my effect still work? My thinking effect? I was then thinking that artist might have the biggest penis I've ever seen. It doesn't? Oh shit. Okay, I gotta fix the audio settings. Ba 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 ba. You're just complimenting his penis, not even mine. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. It's not even showing up. Okay. I just gotta reattach it to the microphone since I unplugged and plugged it back in. And of course, it's not showing up. Why isn't it showing up? There it is. Okay, cool. I think I got it. Just give me 1 second. It was on that day that I realized that Artist and perhaps Knackle had the biggest penises I've ever seen in my life, and I never knew if I'd be able to take them at once. I'm still just saying that out loud. Nice. Okay, I think... Sheesh! So it's got the input. Output is on the headphones. Analog, Focusrite. I think I have to do something on... It doesn't change at all. It's not changed right now. It's the same as it was. Hasn't changed at all. Hello. Hello. Did it work? Or, well, I turned the hear myself on for a second, so you probably heard that.
was more like a double sound. Okay. Go back to the microphone. Stupid fucking technical issues can suck my ass. So if I swap it to voice mod. Can you hear me now? You can still hear me, right? When I switch it to this? I think that was it. I think I had to switch it to this.
Okay, now when I do it, does it sound like I'm thinking about giant, large, fat, massive cocks that I could lick?
Got it. Alright. Sorry about that, but thank you. I appreciate you guys for pointing that out. Please, if anything ever happens to my audio, let me know so I can fix that shit right away. Georgie, not pointing any fingers, but Georgie loves to not mention anything, and then at the very end of the stream, 9 hours later, be like, yeah, it was kind of low. I couldn't really hear you the whole time. And I will place that on you every time, Georgie. Hey? Georgie legit is like the only one who's ever here all the time, will never tell me when there's an issue. He'll just kind of be like, you know, whatever. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gaunt's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though.
Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been, the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. I think every day when I wake up in the morning, you bitch, and you can't stop me. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless...
I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented!
What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dog murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
If Maya was here, we could.
Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
Duel 1. Let's rock.
I need to stop with the language now. That's too much. That's too much. I apologize. No! No! I don't know. Just give me the balloons. Come on. Just give me the balloons. Can I
Hey,
actually
Rose!
get some this time?
How'd your stream go? How'd the charity stream go?
No, music's fine. Or do you want? I tell you, if you guys want the music off, I can turn the music off. How about we just do some music?
I watched a bit of it earlier because I finally got my cosplay redemption.
My leg!
Shadow Goji, yo, thanks for the follow, dude. Goji's my fucking metal buddy. Me and Goji talk metal. I was watching for a little bit earlier. I've had like a really busy day today, so I didn't say much. Calandra Gamer, thank you for the follow. How much did you raise? Did you end up hitting your goal? But yeah, I popped in, I know you were playing Arceus, I watched that for a little bit, and then I started streaming myself. Hey Quanta, thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh, so many follows. Thank you so much, Rose. I'm playing Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. I'm on episode 5. So if you don't want to get spoiled, I honestly wouldn't recommend staying because I'm in very spoiler heavy territory right now. Like I'm pretty much giving up anything past this screen right here, you're going to see like a lot of shit for like the first half of the case that will spoil a lot of it. There is a good amount, I believe. It didn't hit their goal, but I'm just glad we helped. Dude, that's great. I'm glad you had a good stream. 12 hours, though. Damn. That's crazy. How late is it for you right now? Is it super late? Because it's like, what is it, 8:43 for me? What's it, like 1 in the morning or something? Nearly 2 a.m.? Yeah, that's what I figured. You should go to sleep. You had a big stream. You had a great day. Please, everyone. Georgie, can we get another shout out for Rose here, Chaotic Kawaii Gaming? Rose is a lovely streamer. Has some VTube personas that they made themselves, and yes, perfect. There's the link. Please go give them a follow. I met them during Ape Escape. It was a good fucking time. They're good people. They're good people.
No, I don't know.
Don't expect us to wake up tomorrow.
Come on, just give me the balloons. Can I actually get this one this time? Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think we use the same thing. The guru guy. Every fucking time it does another person's thing. I have it ranged to all time. It always pulls dupe clips. I don't know fucking why. It's trash. I hate it. So Rose was in a Amy Rose cosplay because I saved up like 10,000 points or something to redeem it. I was legit every time they streamed, I would have that up. I was like, I'm getting these fucking points. just to redeem that. But I'm glad you finally got your internet working so that you could stream. But please get some sleep. You've definitely earned it. And don't wake up tomorrow. Just sleep all through the day. But yeah, please give Rose a follow. Great person. Awesome person in the community. And like I said, if you guys are in the raid, I'm playing like the very end. This is the very end of the game. And if you stay beyond this point, it's going to be very heavily spoiled for you. I don't normally sleep till 3 to 4 a.m. Yay, insomnia. Let's go! That's streamer hours, baby! That's when we fucking stream, baby. 9-hour streams! Yeah, I'm gonna fucking drop a save on this. And so I'm in the middle of a trial where I gotta present evidence and like try to figure out things. So I'm not looking at chat either. In this part, I don't look at chat so everyone can discuss their theories.
Thank you.
So they don't push me like
I've been
towards
here
any
with you
direction.
all the way through May as well. Stay till the end.
Thanks, Clark. Thanks for the bits, dude. Sleep is for mortals? Daniel. Interesting. Living that streamer lifestyle. Aren't we fucking all... Ugh. I'm going to go live in the gym full time at this rate. Oh, go live in the gym. No, go live. Yeah, stream the gym. Stream working out in the gym. That's what you need to do. All right, I'm gonna continue. Like I said, I'm gonna try. I'll only look at chat like very sparsely because I don't want to spoil myself anything. I want to try to figure out everything on my own. But thank you again for the raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you everyone for all the follows. Rago, go the fuck to sleep, dude. Oh my god. Rago said he was gonna go to sleep hours ago. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another, that's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record.
The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. I think it's in the evidence. I think he wrote it on the pot. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Right fucking here, baby. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar.
A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave a message behind. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. Are you fucking kidding me? I have to connect the fucking dots? Bruh.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer.
I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of like going in order. Can we put numbers on these? Here we go. Look at this. Perfect. Look at this. Figuring it out. I'm so good at this. I don't know what the fuck I did. So this obviously would go here. Oh wait, I can see. Oh, I see. So the blood stains are kind of pointing in smeared directions. So like this would go here, and also here, I think. And then this one would go here, 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 here. Maybe. This definitely goes here. This side's a little harder. So that's an A. Wait, did I fuck that up? I can't do anything with this. Why can't I do anything with this piece? Can't do anything here either. So that goes there, that goes there. And then this one like goes here. Huh. Wait. I'm a little lost. Did I do this wrong? So these are initials, I think. Hold on, let me look at the profiles. Would it be him? Damon Gaunt? Jake Marshall? Fuck. Oh god, that's a creepy picture. It was Meekins! Had to have been Meekins. Oh, I see it. It's Emma. It says Emma. I get it.
The defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn ya. No, fuck this guy. Chief Gaunt, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used false evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We are merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor and judge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble. Rabble, rabble. Bitch, 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 bitch. Party, party, party. Sex, 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 and don't forget the violence. Blah, blah, blah. Got your lovey-dovey, sing along. Get stupid slogan ad. Sing along. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, The judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. That's like the 7th to be continued. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ, this is a long case. Let's go Japanese? Was that in Japanese? High stakes game of connect the dots. Yo, I think I see it. You could see this. Why didn't he use the luminol? You can't. You can't use the luminol. Can you? Was it an option? Be right back. Legit so spicy and thick. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Why didn't Phoenix use it? The game didn't give you the option. That was my idea from the start, was to as soon as we got the pot back together, I was thinking we could do that, but it wouldn't let me.
Yeah, guess what? I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. She asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law?
Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really.
That's a long book for 2 rules.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him? Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Evidence law securely slipped into pocket.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Mr. Edgeworth,
the real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
I have returned part 3. Oh, dude, this is my favorite trilogy, honestly. I feel like the dots were left deliberately. It makes no sense to wipe away only some of the blood. Okay, they said something about it. They said that the blood went into the cracks, and that's why they were there. So he wasn't able to clean off the parts where they went into the cracks. Another thing about the fact that Phoenix pulled an Elle Woods and went through law school for a chance to see some dude. Honestly. You know what I was just thinking of? Wieners. Streaming public domain movies. Do it. Go stream some anime too.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
I will accept them gracefully.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the defense. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial.
Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright,
you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over. The defense calls...
The time's finally come out to bring out the real murderer.
Well, hold on a second. I don't know who the fucking real murderer is. It's Gaunt. Maybe it's Gaunt. Is it Gaunt? Could it be Gaunt? Fucking. I hate this guy. Damon Gaunt! The defense calls Damon Gaunt to the stand. Damon Gaunt? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation! So you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gaunt. Fine, my name is Damon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony. All right-ho. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Nana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Oh, shit. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him about that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. He's covering a scar on his forehead, I bet. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. He's very weird about his hair being in that particular spot. Like, there's probably like a scar or some shit there. Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Just like I'm gonna do to Edgeworth on our honeymoon.
Let's interrogationate. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. We slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got a shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though.
That's not funny.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Wait, so the power went out right before he killed him, right? Like, so there's no... Maybe. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and he was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she'd already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow, I've got to link Gant to the incident.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day to make a long story. Okay, so I think... Alright, so here's what I think. I look at the court record and walk myself through this. So, obviously, in his office, we found a piece of the pot, and we found this. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Skye's prints. Is there anything I can do with it? Just check it. A clear handprint seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. So I'm not sure that ties him to it, but he had that in his safe. Why does he have that handprint? Oh yeah, this book. I guess I should look at this. Found from Miss Skye explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. What does it mean? But what does it mean? Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. It should be shown without the approval of the police department. Wait. List of evidence in the SLI, and half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Got him. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? I'm like fucking mixing their voices together. You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in that illegal investigation. Chief Gant! What's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. I hope it's mine. What? Why can't it ever be my Dick? Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Whatever, boomer. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Haji. In return, though. I know, that place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
That place. For all you know, okay. Let's press. It's time to press his buttons. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can ya? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one! Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Ugh. Be careful when pointing that finger. You might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, ho, ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
Sure, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the Chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who's this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I really don't know. Like, I feel like there's only, like, a few possibilities. Like, so we rule out Meekins because he wasn't there. We rule out Gumshoe because he wasn't involved either. Which just leaves everyone from the original case. The only thing I can think was Lana, because she has talked about forging evidence. And also, she got her promotion secured to Chief of Prosecution. Either her or Goodman. And that's why he was killed. because he knew too much. So I'm between Goodman and Lana. I'm gonna go for Goodman, though. Righto, my boy. The look on your face is almost enough to motivate even me to help you out. No? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Lana then, because he's blackmailing her now. Okay. At least I was right. I just thought that, like, oh, shit. Ah, great. Actually, here, I'll reload. So I don't gotta go through all that fucking text. So, yeah, then it's Lana. The only reason I said Goodman was because he's dead. So maybe he helped forge him and he was about to come forward with it. That's the only thing I could think between Goodman. Everyone else is kind of ruled out, though. Because he wants justice for his brother. Emma was too young to give a shit and couldn't have helped him forge anything. This lady doesn't give a shit either. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Lemony Snicket. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? The first one, the second one, the third one, or the one from 2 years ago? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. NANI?! Order, order, order! I said, order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious! Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency! To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's... impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief is a high-ranking officer of the law, involved in murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Save here. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Oh, well?
Oh, well?
So here's what I'm thinking. What could prove it is the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. So I did have something in mind. I don't know where it is. I forgot. Fuck, where is it? So the ID card record. The ID card record, because it has his number as the top spot, which we haven't discussed yet. Or maybe the hand thing. Evidence for something, but what? Why is he holding him as prints in his office? But we can't prove that. Because this is evidence we essentially can't use because of the law of the evidence. I mean, I guess I could just try it, just to try it. So I'll try this, and then I'll try the other thing. Worth a shot, worth a shot. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered that room. Okay, yeah, I was right. I was right on the first thing. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777, 777, 77777, 777, 77777, 77777. Sorry, but there's no way it can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777 777 7777 777777 777 7777 7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list.
NANI?
Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. What about the use of this ID card? Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gaunt met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet... Let's go. I already know what it is, baby. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet, you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way. The murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes? Now that you mention it, I didn't even let him finish. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you'd really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Wait a minute. Was he struck by lightning that day? Is that why he keeps making shocked references? He keeps saying shocked or like electrified, and his thing is a fucking like lightning bolt. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. No one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, and that's why he sent him to get the evidence. He sent him to get that screwdriver so he could put the body in the back of Edgeworth's car. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office.
And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space.
Let's fucking go. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Oh!
I was asked to go by Chief Gaunt, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away. Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright. Your Honor. Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of the body.
Do I have any concrete proof?
How do I tie him to it? The only thing I can think is this piece of cloth. Is that that's what he's using as leverage.
I can't let him squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. And please hurry up and present it. Just remember. It better prove Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'm not really sure, but... So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the Chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge! Inception. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for lunch.
I guess it wasn't enough.
Please, Your Honor, give me a little longer to consider. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Okay, yeah. Fuck. I could just say I have no proof yet. And probably I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. That might end the trial. Just see. See, Aji! In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the Chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji. I'll leave the rest to you. Was that it? I think that's... I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Oh shit, here we go. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth? Another witness?
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method is proof of testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Huh. Is it him? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? Dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now...
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana?
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course. You never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
What the fuck just happened? This court is now in recess.
Holy shit. All right, I'm going to take a minute. Catch up with chat here. Who is the chief of police prior? Hey, Rapid. Welcome back. Oh, shit. We got some blankets. Georgie, we got to vote on a hat. Can you put a hate poll up? We control the system, and he's put judge everyone. Emma's prints could prove blackmail, but I don't know what would prove murder. I'm gonna head to sleep. I'm exhausted. Have a great stream. Hey, Rose, thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for being here. I'm sorry, you're probably already asleep. But thank you so much for everything. I really appreciate you. Why'd you say goodnight to Georgie? Rose is going to sleep, right? Or, Georgie, why'd you say goodnight to Daniel? Daniel's still here, right? I got this. So delayed. This is fucking... This is the longest fucking... This is longer than the first 4 episodes put together. We're almost at 7 hours of the second part. Jesus Christ. Man. Okay. So, I'm really not, like, 100% sure what happened. Like, I still don't know who killed who, but I have a feeling that lightning strike has something to do with Gant, whatever. Like, either, like, that was really lightning, or he caused it. Because just based on his freak out thing, hey, Mags, based on his freak out when he looks like electricity, and then it made me notice his hair, I feel like that's going to lean heavily into the case somehow. But yeah, I'm still kind of piecing it together. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I'm getting there. Jordy, could you put a hate poll up while I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. And I got to refill my water. So, be good, Mags. Mags? Be good.
Please testify to the court about this.
Hard evidence. How hard and throbbing was it? This old man needs visceral details. Gumshoe's like, well, shit. It had a large vein on the back. It was huge. Giant, even. It smacked me in the face and knocked me unconscious. You want to know why this Band-Aid's here? Because I got slapped so hard with the son of a bitch. I don't want to fight that. Get the fuck away from me. What the fuck is that thing? No. They're everywhere. Jesus Christ. Fuck away from me with those. No. No. Billy Dean. I am the one. Oh. Yo, is this a... Yeah! Oh my god, that's so fucking cool! This is so cool. Oh my god. I'm gonna heal. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna fuck you up, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. Remember when that guy killed me 5 times? Eat my shit, big dog thing. Wolf. Oh, you're going to bed? Okay. Bankies, yeah, I have bankies. Sorry. Yada yada. Dojoro. Dojo. Okay. I figured it out. We're good.
What are you waiting for?
I got it.
Shoot!
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot!
Yay! They're dead. Now now that's what I call gameplay. He gives me anything. Sad they will work less and less as time goes on. Fewer and fewer copies. That's right. You felt an aura of longevity from Ray, the cat. Not. What the fuck was that? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I never really in-depth That's right. Walk back! Walk back! Wait. What? His name is Son of a Gun. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend, but only if you have enough rubies. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer. We gotta hope they flub. We gotta hope they flub. Give us some booty. Give us some fucking booty. I gotta distract them. Come on, guys. Fuck up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. I think it's too late. There's no way. Yeah. Shit. Oh, shit. That last one's gonna fuck me up. We fucking did it. Golly gee, he succeeded! As of today, you are now officially the Master Dragon Feeder! I love girls with big fat titties. The dude's face when he does. Who the fuck clipped that? I didn't even know someone clipped that. Good night, Tio. I love you. I think about Tio's rectum and I'm like... The big fat titties? Yeah. I like girls with big fat titties. Oh, what one? That was me. It was annoying because I wanted just the big fat titties line, but you can't clip that short. Fucking got him. It was Link? Of course Link won. This Link hat. It's the worst one because it's so small. My hair gets all greasy afterwards. Fuck Dylan. I love you more. Get the fuck out of here, Clark. Just because I'm not fucking rich. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah. The game that we're in right now. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe? Ha ha ha! I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? Yo, not gonna lie, he needs to be on the fucking team. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not a right to... But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits the right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean, pal? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. We live in one.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Dude, let me just say, before we fucking walk in that courtroom, the dream team, Wright and Edgeworth fucking working in tandem like this, gets me so fucking geared up, dude. I'm so horny. Oh, cool. No, I'll save again. It's fine. Am I almost done? Like, is this almost over? Like, we're almost at 7 hours of fucking Gen. Jeez. I did 7 hours of this yesterday, and we're at 6 hours today. And if I counted, like, the other streams, we're approaching how long it took me to do episode 1 through fucking 4. Alright. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Skye, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. That's a pretty good band, actually. We want to hear the truth. Ha, that rhymed.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. There's no way she picked up both those bodies herself. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Gant and the fabrication.
I worked alongside Gant for years.
Hold it!
How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why.
But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And
I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself.
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What?
But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean
The prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. You planted the tip of Drake's knife in the victim's wound? And then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others.
But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife...
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Doc. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Doc for what he did. My only motivation was to get Doc convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction.
Okay, so I need to do this again and ask about moving the body, right? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gaunt's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Here we go, here we go. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Doc had committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Doc was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Alright. Huh, okay, so I'm looking for... Actually, hold on, let me go to the end and get... My sister's lying, looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists you fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Something about this doesn't sit right. These two pieces here. So this, I kinda get. I don't get how you... Like, it's not easy to push that shit inside somebody's body like that. But the jar...
Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark had committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already, of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away that happened. Okay, hold on a second. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. Okay, I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
Okay, so if... I guess I could look at the jar. Maybe there's a clue on the jar? I wish I could see where it's broken. So if he wrote Emma on this... Ah, damn it. I wish I could see it when it was broken again. I mean, these had to have been more than one piece. How would he have written it on here if it was broken? I mean, I guess it's worth a shot. Okay. Emma's written on the surface in blood. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah! He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Okay. I mean...
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are as in the dark as we are about the truth towards where we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Ah, I see what happened. She activated her pot of greed too early. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to make it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all.
You never saw this coming! I summoned Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck!
All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Amelia noticed the blood traces. It was dark in the room. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Okay. I just wanted to check that. Check this. We got 5 things. So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
I'm always coming.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall,
you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana! I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything but gather up the pieces.
They're so large, so I'm sure I got them all.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
She got every last piece, but one of the pieces... Oh, she wiped it. Okay, I got it. Never mind. Ow. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. Ow. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt, this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way.
think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around.
So the only thing I could think is, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, but I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean. I'm sure I got them all. There's still, like, hella blood on the jar. Yeah, there's a ton of fucking blood on there. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know.
There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. So that final piece was already missing. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you! But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? The Millennium Puzzle doesn't work like that, Your Honor. You've activated my trap card, Pot of Seed! The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that? There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! I need my Milky Wilkies! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Doc, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies?
Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. This judge can go fuck himself. What if? We're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, Wright?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Sky, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Final time, my fucking ass. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Doc were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gaunt help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor sword! You were the only one who saw that, if only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. She took a picture. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed, but I don't remember it's in the book. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Hi-yo! Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it?
That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the... Oh, no. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gaunt. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that wrist we're talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Get him, Edgeworth. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint ya, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Wright-ho? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence?
I got it. I got an idea. I think I have a good idea. If I show him the book, the law of evidence, I can't use it. I legally can't use it. Right? Hold on, let me read this again. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Fuck. Ah, damn it. It is relevant to the case. I guess I'll just show evidence. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
All right, the time's finally come to show it to him. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I don't know. I really don't know what to do. I'm just gonna show it. It's a piece of leather cloth? Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest.
What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What?
Whose fingerprints is on this? Or on this? I'm sure Wright always checked. Haven't ya? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See, I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But...
Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tie Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death.
No.
It appears we have our killer. Is that it? Like, is it really over? Everything hinged on that. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Oh, shit. Oops. Well, guys, that's it. She was guilty. Guess I'll just fucking hide it. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! You just lie? Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I knew you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. Oh, he just cornered himself. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is gonna be the biggest scandal in the history of police department. He's like, oh, shit. I fucked up. Oh. That was bad. I, like, bit my tongue. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she'd ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to rearrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dock convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind ya. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance. Of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead? While forging the evidence? What, do you take me for a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jarred fragment. I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gaunt. You were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as murderer. I just realized that he always wears gloves. What do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Wright? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to present it. I mean, I could show it. Like, he could have tampered with it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Is this what I gotta do? Evidence that shows who actually murdered the prosecutor marshal. Oh, I'm stuck here. I'm stuck. I can't get out of this. Oh well. Oh shit. I don't know, something doesn't make sense, but I just can't put my finger on it. So, this is the cloth from his vest.
guess I could just show this and see where it goes. I don't know. I've learned that, like, the most recent evidence is what you have to look at, but I'm just not 100% sure. So, okay. I'm just not going to show him the cloth. Showing him the cloth is going to end the game. I already know that. That's going to be a game over. Fuck it, I'll show him the picture. Take the picture. Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please. I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved, at the expense of his defense. Better polish up your defense, Mr. Wright.
Come on, Mr. Wright. You remember that thing on the murderer's handprint, don't you?
Oh, do I have to show it? Oh, okay. Okay, I might have to, like, reload, but I get, you know, whatever. We'll just do it again. Here. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out in the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to have been left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright-O had all this time to present that evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know?
You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you.
It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Skye?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
I hope this one doesn't lead to a game over. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You're really something, Wright-O. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you, you monster!
Miss Skye?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skye, it's not over yet.
Nani?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, I'm gonna roast your ass over an open flame. Are you ready? It's about to get real hot in here, Chief of Police.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth! What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here.
Behold,
The piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Something contradicts the cloth? Okay, so that's the cloth from dude's vest. And that's here. Oh! There's no blood! There's no blood! And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth! Wait. There's no blood on it! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked unconscious. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armored sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that had then broken on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved you were the actual murderer.
It's finally all over.
Oh, that was close, Wright-o. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember that, eh? Earlier, old Wright-o here concealed that piece of cloth.
So then, what's your excuse, Wright-o? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't ya? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
The book! The book, baby! It wasn't relevant until he said the safe! The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Did you actually think you could press me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on your son. Oh, fucking no. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth. True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I'm not really sure how to answer this. I know I gotta present the book, but I'm gonna say, because I didn't illegally do it. I legally did it. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Auntie, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation, I'm gonna hit this motherfucker with the book! This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance. Between the cloth and the SL9 incident? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall? When was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes!
No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person that could be. Damon Gant! The killer was you! I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, it'll lose my only chance to find out the truth.
Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Wait.
What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, It's not
too late. I'm gonna hand all of this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to make. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Haji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Cat. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you're no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Haji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky! And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over the past few days. Believe me, I know how much an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the Chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant Miss Lana Skye.
Fucking half a day.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m., District Court Defendant, Lobby number 2.
At long last, it's finally over.
Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Welcome to the Cum Zone. Come, cummy. Come, cummy, tummy. Ford, cummy. 20. Chugged. The cummy.
Thanks, Dom. Thank you for breaking that tension for me.
You've suffered every bit as much as I have over the past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. No, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Every time. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
FBI, open up!
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana? Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
This fucking guy. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh my god. Oh, Emma. Emma. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe? Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
I just came. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Let's get the boys together, baby. Give them a kiss. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. I guess me and Senpai really did crack that case together.
What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
Please tell me, is it the badge? Is it the badge? I just want to show the badge. I'm showing the badge. That might mean something to you, but I don't see how. I don't care. I don't care. Oh no! Oh, did I miss that? No! I was joking. I was joking. Oh, fuck. Do I not get another chance? I really wanted to see what that was. That their one try? I don't remember that. Fuck. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. I wish I would have saved before that. Fuck. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth,
I'll be waiting for you. Till the end of time. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be in a jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Alright, we love to see it. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. I was gonna catch up with chat. Imagine if when Gunshoe came in and ruined moments, it was like when Dom hits with the Gummy song. God, bro. I did a fucky wucky. Poor Phoenix. In a 2-month span, he lost 2 assistants, the medium connection with his mentor, and his lover. Damn. Yikes! I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation at the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy. Thoughts? This game is a fucking gem. It's almost made me cry at the end of every fucking case. Maybe except the first one. Barring the first one, like, it's done enough to, like, fucking hit my emotions. My new mission is to guard the main entrance! Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard! My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him, though! Someday, I'm gonna make a detective! Yes, sir! Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe! I love every character just about. Like, you love to hate the villains. The freakouts are great. Even the people, like, they all... That's the only thing I hate, is that fucking... that monstrosity right there. Stop! 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 Obviously the lowest tier character in this game overall. Like, the game would have been a lot better without this, yeah, thank God. There we go! Let's fucking go! So, if you guys don't realize, the credits scene, it's not the fingerprinting. That's what they want you to think. It's actually Edgeworth. He's finishing edging and wiping it away. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Phoenix tier list when? I'll do it right after the credits end. Georgie, send me a list. Send me a list of the just the first game.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
Brandon, what? I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel! Sorry, gotta go! We love the judge. Honestly, if I had to rank every character, I feel like a lot of them would be fucking S tier. They all have, like, their perfect, like, quirky moments that just make them a fucking joy. Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Phoenix's Japanese name is Naruhudo, and this translates to the phrase I see, as in, oh, that's how it is. I see. Really? That's awesome. Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
So kawaii. Did you find me a tier list, Georgie? Gyakuten Saiban is the Japanese name for the series, and its translation is along the lines of turnabout trial, which obviously is why all the cases have turnabout in their name. Was too engaged to fall asleep? I'm sorry, Tio. I'm so sorry to keep you up this late. I will, and since these characters were introduced in the DS remake, prepare for no chance to ever see them for the next 2 games at least. Wait. What? I won't see none of them? You won't see any of these characters? Really? That's depressing. Let me see how far this is. Oh, it's like this far back? And some you may or may not ever see, even after the trilogy. I better see Maya again. That's all I can fucking say. This is pretty far back. You personally... I wonder if I could skip through all this and get back to the Edgeworth thing. I'm kind of determined to see that scene. Oh, the 5th trial characters? Oh, I don't care about the 5th trial characters, honestly. As long as I see the people from the beginning. I need to see Larry and everyone again. You have some returners from case 1 through 4. You have a large gaggle of new characters too. Dude, this series is a fucking gem. I wish I could work something out to where I could like read chat and do it at the same time, but I don't want to. I really want to find the conclusion myself. And I know there were a couple times where people like said stuff in the beginning that like pointed it out to me really obviously, like even if they were just speculating. I hate having to ignore chat. It feels so weird when I'm live streaming. Like I feel like it might as well be a video recording at that point. This game's a lot quicker when you don't have to read anything. I think that's what made this take so long, was just the sheer me reading every little thing. It's good that you like it. There's 2 more in this trilogy, another trilogy after that, a duology after that, and 3 different spin-offs. Jesus Christ. Are they as good as this? Or is this peak? You could have someone else in a VC with you who watches chat for you? Yeah, I don't think I have anyone like that, unless it's Georgie. I think Georgie would be like the only candidate. My favorite is game 3. Okay, well, at least I know that there's the good enough game to be like, you know, as good as this. Well, actually, can I let me save. I'll save here. Boom. And then I can change this. Text skip, full auto skip. Hold BS to skip text. Oh, that's too slow. Keep clicking, keep clicking. We're gonna get that cute scene, boys. I swear, you guys have sat around long enough to see them fucking cuck each other to get that cute fucking scene, and we're gonna do it. This one was the closest to making me cry. If you heard my voice break a little bit in there, it's because I was about to fucking cry. But I don't know, if I start crying, it'll be a good 10 minutes before I'm able to speak again. I'm a sobber. I sob. I think first trilogy is the best of the batch, but I love each and every game. I know there are a lot of people who do not like the investigation spin-offs, or at least the first. I don't entirely get why. Ugly crying? It's not ugly crying. No, I don't think it looks ugly. It's just, it sounds ugly. What do I have to show? What do I have to show him to get that scene? Is it the trophy?
Welcome to the Cum Zone. Come, cummy, tummy, forward, cummy, 20, chug, the cummy.
Oh, Dom was waiting for that. That was funny. That was fucking... Okay, come on. I get it. We've been this. I was trying to get the same time. I'm sorry. I was going too fast. If I was going at a regular speed, you would have definitely had it. Let's see here. We're gonna get there, baby. Okay, here we go, baby. Alright. So, we'll get there. We'll save right before the evidence if I can. Keep saving, just in case. God. So I've just skipped through like an hour of what I just read and stuff, you know? It took me like an hour to read all of that. Okay, here we go. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Is it the cloth? I guess it would... Maybe the cloth? Incident files. I don't remember that neither Edgeworth nor myself would have been able to find on our own. What in the evidence did we find together? The law book? This? Yeah, we got that from... How does that... I guess that? That's not it. That's not it. You work together to bring the cloth into the trial? It says able to find. I mean, I guess it could be the cloth if that's the context. Nope. Okay, here. Let me look at everything. Let me figure it out. Okay, something neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. So let's walk through everything. So it's not the badge. I already tried that. It can't be the ID because I would have found that anyway. The King of Prosecutors trophy. I don't think that's it because he would have had it anyway. Edgeworth's knife. This was all at the scene of the crime. I found that. Let's see, I found that. That was from the trial. Found that. That was from her. ID card record. I don't know who that was from. He got the screwdriver. Goodman's list. Floor plans. Evidence locker. No. I don't think it could be any of this. We got the photo from someone else. The evidence list. That's right! I had one half and he had the other half, right? That's the picture I drew! Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Really? Oh, does anything change? Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, it's... I think that's it. Okay, that's it. Damn. He's not gonna do it. Alright, Georgia, you sent the thing, right? You sent me the thingy poo. Let's go. Create a Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney character Terraria list. Tierra list. Oh shit, this legit has everybody. The beard on the judge in this thing. Holy shit. Okay, so here we go. So we have, let me move myself here. Myself right here.
Ooh.
All right. So here we go, guys. This is my tier list of all the first Phoenix Wright characters. So I think I want to start with my least favorite characters. Who is this? I don't even know. Who is this? Oh, is this the chief? Is this the police chief? Can you separate the judge from his beard? Unfortunately, that's a no. I guess so. I think my uwu is better. That beard is S tier. Gregory Edgeworth. Oh, that's his dad! Okay, that's his dad. That makes sense. Okay. So, we'll start here. I'm gonna put Penny in C tier. Not much to her. Definitely a murderer. I just don't know who she's killed yet. Actually, you know what? Actually, no, I was gonna make a murder tier, but then a lot of people would be on it. So Penny is obviously pretty sus. She's probably the most sus character in this game. She's done something, but we'll never be able to find out truly. Old guy? His mood change is pretty cool in the middle. I like his motive, but, you know, him as a character, he's kind of bland, just, you know, whatever. But he's got a whole lot of backstory to him. Very compelling character, you know, aside from, like, his backstory is compelling, besides his personality, which is meh. This guy? Straight up fuck this guy. Hate this guy. Actually, you know what? Let me make a tier here. I want to put this above A. Add a row above. Right here. Love to hate. Okay. Love to hate this guy. Absolutely. What a piece of shit. What a dumpster fire of a human being. You know what I'm saying? Maybe negative tiers. Will villains you like to hate be high? Or will the ones you want to deck and send to death chair below? Actually, no. We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. But I think love to hate a villain is a very high compliment. If it's loving to hate a villain is something that's crazy. So, I think it deserves to be below S but above A. Because it's very hard to have a character to enjoy so much you hate them, you know? That's a very hard feeling to get. And, so I could say, Emma is A tier. The problem with Emma is she's legit just a clone of Maya. Like, she's just a Maya clone. So, you know, I just can't help but see that. You know, when I look at Emma. I like her, but I just think Emma replacement knockoff, whatever. The annoying samurai kid, that's also C tier. Probably in front of Penny. Less likely to kill someone, but pretty annoying, you know, kind of meh. Get used to that. The assistant role will have that problem at times. Oh no. Gant goes in front of Mr. fucking America here. Meekins is an A. Meekins is A tier. Very easily A tier. Goofy guy. Didn't get enough screen time to really be an S. Rico. Rico's D tier. Too creepy. Too creepy. Rico definitely goes in D tier. Oh shit, the fucking Steel Samurai guy. Steel Samurai guy, probably also a B. I really like his look. You know, just... He really didn't have much to him as well. Not nothing super crazy about his personality. Just, you know, a kind of somber guy, whatever. Will is great. You only say that because of his fucking chest hair. Gant is a fun one, for sure. He really messes up so many lives. Goku B tier? Goku B tier, yeah. I'm not sure I'd ever see someone rank Meekins so high. I love that. I love Meekins. Meekins is adorable. Goodman is gonna be D, only because He didn't. There was nothing there. I'm gonna put Dark in B too, or D as well, because they're just, you know, that's a nothing character. We don't learn anything about them really. He had like 3 lines, and that was like confronting dude, but that's it. Miss Meow here, also B tier, in front of Will, only because of her freak out in court. Her freak out in court is what does it for me. When her titties like fucking drop. They just, like, they go from perky to, like, they drop down, and then she makes the anger face. Lana sucks. I hate Lana. Lana was really annoying. I know they tried to make her endearing towards the end, but she was just really fucking irritating. Larry Butts, S tier. Larry Butts is amazing. Legit amazing. Love him. Love that guy. Lana? Probably, I'd put her in front of... Would she be top of C? No. She would go... I'm trying to think. Let me get back to her. Let me get back to Lana after I talk about everyone else. This lady... She had some cool shit going. She'd be top of B. She'd be top of B. The whole mob connection and the fucking... the whole spin on her story and how she just didn't give a fuck, the non-lackadaisical shit. Like, she lacked, like, the comedy to her, but she was really great. I liked her as a character. Hammond is another nothing character. We didn't know shit about him. He just died. Gregory Edgeworth, I put him at the front of D tier because he created Edgeworth, so he at least has that to his name. Even if, like, he just, you know, said two sentences of words, he gave birth to Edgeworth, so he gets to be the god of D tier. Phoenix Wright. As far as I see it, Phoenix Wright is me, so that's S tier. Like, Phoenix Wright is the perfect fucking avatar for the player. Like, just perfect. I feel like everyone who plays this game feels like Edgeworth, or feels like Phoenix Wright. Mia goes in front of Phoenix, though. Mia's definitely in front of Phoenix. I love her. Great character. They really I don't know how they got me so attached to her in 5 minutes and then took her away. That shit was ballsy. Ballsy as fuck. Windy Old Bag. Fucking, she goes right here. She was a fun voice to do. I think that's really most of my thing. I love doing the Smoker voice. She's top of A for sure. Definitely a resilient character. Very, very annoying. This chick? Angel Star. Honestly, I'd put her in love to hate. That's how I feel. They really make you, like, enjoy her character with a lunchbox gimmick, but she's not necessarily a villain, but you're fucking annoyed by her impeding everything, right? Like, she's always in the way, like, non-stop. So I'd put her in love to hate, because she was, like, the only character that I was like, God damn it, this bitch is getting on my nerves. So in Hello tier, we have Polly. Obviously, I don't know what you thought I was gonna put there. Oh shit, oops. Polly goes in Hello tier very easily. Hard to debate that. If anyone does debate that, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Sucks to be you. Edgeworth is fucking... I'm gonna put him behind Mia, but in front of Wright. Like, he's just... Love to see him on screen. Anytime. Anytime. He legit handles everything with fucking... This charisma. What a man. What a man. What a mighty fine man. And honestly... She goes above everyone. Maya definitely goes above everyone, and I'll tell you exactly why she does. Because she started here. She started down here. I was like, oh my god. She's so irritating. And then I got to know her. She was funny. She moved herself up to S tier. Then, a day in court happened where she, like, helped me with something. She got to do her sister's shit. or she got to use the medium connection with her sister. She jumped up to S tier because she was using her sister. And then that day in court where she threw herself over there to buy me more time immediately at the very top, the one above all. She made me miss her when she left. Because at the very end, I finally grew to absolutely love her, and they took her away from me. This guy is down here. Okay, no, I'll put him in at the end of C. So, while he wasn't a nothing character, he had a very, it's his voice, objection! It was that put me at a C. So this guy, you know, I forget what his name is. His name Payne? Mr. Payne here? Yeah, he definitely earns his spot in C. He's above D. So I agree with him being here. So we've got Mr. Marshall here. I would put him in front of Windy Oldbag here. He's an A. I think he's an easy A. I really like his character gimmick, and he was the sole proponent that pushed this through. There's no way that any of this would have happened if he hadn't pushed for that evidence to be found. So without him, that episode didn't exist. This guy, this was another victim. This was the guy who, I guess, accidentally killed himself or whatever, killed another guy. He's also a nothing burger of a guy. He's going behind Edgeworth's dad. Who the fuck is this? I don't remember who this is. Oh, this is the chick he killed, right? This is that... Okay, she was, like, the most nothing character ever. And this guy was also a tutorial character. I'm gonna put him in front of Lotta, but behind Penny. So I enjoyed doing his voice. Yes! The happy mask salesman shit. I really liked this guy. But he wasn't there for long. He was easy to fucking dunk on. The judge? Okay, the judge is bottom of S tier, but S tier nonetheless. I think he is the perfect fucking portrayal of what you're feeling. Like when shit happens in court, I think that's what they designed the judge to be. They designed the judge to be you realizing shit that's going on. Even though the characters act like the Phoenix is like, this is my next move. And then you do it and you're like, oh shit. Like it clicks. That's... The judge is supposed to be like your thought process at the time when you figure things out. And like he's just great. Like it's definitely not Phoenix Wright without this dude. I've even in all the memes I've seen of Phoenix Wright, this guy is like the most prolific character. Maya's mom is also I'm gonna put her here because she gives, I'm gonna put her by Greg. Because she gives the characters meaning, but she has nothing but a photo. And she did self-sacrifice, so I think she deserves her spot right below Edgeworth's creator. He's one of the characters where you can't picture the series without him. I don't think I could play this game without being able to do the old man voice and being like, what the fuck? My erection has hit the table. Okay. Von Karma. I think I'm going to put him... I think he's at the top. I think he is the most love to hate of all the villains. Even Gantz. Or even Gant. Gant was, it was enjoyable to hate, but he was still kind of an endearing character. Even at the end, he was like, I'm sorry, you know, but I'm passing things on to the next generation. Things will move on from here. So I think that was commendable of him, you know? Von Karma to the fucking end was like, you piece of shit! I'll fucking kill you! I should have killed you! I hate you! Like, even to the very end, he was a scummy piece of fucking shit. And his voice, objection. That shit was wild. Von Karma has so much intimidation factor. When you first see him, you're so ready to shit yourself. He has such a presence with him. And he's the only one who has that presence over everyone in, everyone else, that you love to hate. So, this dude. He'd probably be, let's see. Where would I put him? I'd put him in front of C. He'd be at the front of C. No. I can't. I don't even think I can. Like, with all these bland characters, at least I love to hate these guys, you know, too, as well. Or, you know, I dislike them for some... This guy was... he was also a nothing. I'm gonna put him here. He was the most nothing character with actually something to him. He just sucked. He was a fucking coward. Like, I didn't love to hate him. I just hated his existence. He's deaf lower. Thank you, Lumpy Lasagna. I appreciate that. Yeah, I still think, you know, these two go above him. These guys have really nothing to their names. This guy at least has something, but he's such a fucking coward. Can't stand him. The bellboy? The bellboy was a fucking trip. The dude got laid and was like, I'm going to make a fucking murder mansion. I'd put him in front of Windy Old Bag. That's where I'd put him. A tier. He's okay, like, he does finally start to help, but you don't get why he'd be a friend of the family as he's described. I don't get it either. It makes no sense. As much as I don't know about this guy, and I should rank him lower, I'm gonna put him in B tier. I'm gonna put him at the top of B tier. Because at least he had, like, he had some stuff going on. He's a good prosecutor. He's related to, like, he was a huge motivation for, his brother. And, I mean, at least he tried to do something. He was, like, the linchpin of that last case. So I put him at top of B. Even though he didn't do much, he was still pretty compelling in my book. And then let me do Lana first. So Lana, I really don't know where to put Lana even now. Like, I don't necessarily care for her, really. Lana, girl boss, to be honest. She's pretty boss. Like, I agree. Like, she can be, like, godly at times. But, I don't know. You know what? No. I'm gonna put her in front of Meekins. Okay. I realized why I just changed my mind. So, why I changed my mind was because the whole time she was driving you away, she was still pulling you closer to the case. She was giving you hints. She was always, like, she always trusted in you. So, and then, like, at the very end, she showed that it was, like, you know, she was one step ahead of everybody the whole time, I think. I think there's definitely more beneath what was shown. And I agree, Georgie, I think she was a pain in the ass most of the time. But I think, I think she had a lot more to her. And she was definitely, a better character. Actually, I'm gonna put her, I changed my mind. I'm gonna put her over here. I can't put her in front of Meekins and shit. So I'd put her, like, in like, smack dab in the middle of the characters. And here we go. Fucking Gumshoe? Let me tell you, at first I hated Gumshoe. Gumshoe was a pain in my ass. I was like, what an incompetent piece of shit. This guy is gonna fuck so much shit up. And he did it first. He did. He did. But he became so much of a good character. He's really endearing. He's truly at heart a good guy, and he's always helped find the truth. Even if it comes at the cost of, like, you know, the law. The law. The law. But, yeah, honestly, I would put Gumshoe for me at first, hated him. He was my least favorite character of all. And then as it goes on, I wanted to move him up. He had the same effect on me as Maya. And I love him. He's moved his way up to the very fucking top, in my opinion. I don't think he's as good as Maya, but I absolutely adored him near the end. Just a fucking lovable guy. Even more than I enjoyed Mia. Gumshoe, like, really put his he fucking made his place in my heart. My leg. Yo, Lumpy Lasagna, thank you for the follow. It's crazy. I've never played a game that started with me, like, not liking any of the characters and pushed me to love almost every one of them. Usually when I play a game, like, I can't remember the last time I've done a tier list that's, like, this dispersed. Like, it's so even. I mean, look at how even it is. Typically, I'll have, like, 2 people in S and everyone else at the bottom. Like, when I played Tales of the Abyss, I really like all the characters in that game. But when I played, like, Tales of Destiny, I didn't like any of the characters in that game. It's like, it's kind of either way. To have a spread like this is, like, super unique. I enjoyed this game so fucking much. Ace Attorney makes me feel so much love. Dude, this game almost made me cry at the end of every chapter, or end of every episode except for episode 1. Episode 1 was just, you know, eh. But, like, I almost fucking was in tears at the very end of, like, every single thing that happened. This game was a really good experience. I had so much fun, so much fucking fun streaming it. Dill, what if your follow sound is hold it or objection? Yeah? You think so? Maybe. You think this is my game? You think this is my game? Like this is where my claim to fame is staked? Me voicing out all the characters for these games? What time is it? Dude, I spent 7 hours on episode 4. And I spent... Dude, do you want to know how long we've done this for? Episode 5? If we count even the tier list at all, was it 2, 4, 6, 7? Is that 14 to 15 hours is how long it took us to do episode 5. 14 to 15 hours altogether. That's wild. To read. Maybe visual novels are my thing. Maybe I could be an ASMR streamer and just be like,
And then it was the Wiener Butts.
that's insane. Well, Lumpy, I read every single bit of dialogue in different voices. That's what I do here, baby. Yep, every single bit. There was not one thing that I skipped. Fucking, windy old bag.
Hey, I'm walking over here. What are you doing? I need my Mentos.
What was, Gant? He was an Irish bastard, you know. And then Von Karma, he's the only one I use the voice thing for. To make him sound really deep.
And Gumshoe, pal. One of my favorites.
And you could have gotten more dialogue with some of the press/presents you didn't even do. Yeah, I did skip some presses, didn't I? My accents are strangely on point. Thanks. I try my fucking best. Oh, man. I don't know when I'll play one of these again. I think I might take a break because it's all back-to-back reading, which is tough. Usually when I play a game, it's like, you know, I do the dialogue, then we go to the gameplay part, and then I play for a bit while talking in my normal voice, and then we go back to where I do the voices. So that gives me a lot of break. But, like, I do, like, for hours, I've just been sitting here doing, like, different voices and stuff, so it might be a while before I get to the second game, but I think I'm definitely going to play this again. I had so much fun. Really good fucking game. So, let's, this. What a fitting song for the end. Yeah, so speaking of the end, thank you everybody for being here. It was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed this game. Let me pull up my credits thing. F my applause. Did it go away? Did it go away? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant the game, not the stream. Georgie, I've been streaming for 8 fucking hours. Jesus Christ, what do you want from me? Clark, Artist, thank you guys for the Robux. Thank you for telling me that my microphone was broken for a minute. We fixed it, though. Lumpy Lasagna, Exia Quanta, Kalandra, Shadow Goji, Daniel the Loser, thank you for the follows. Clark, Rose, and Greg, thank you guys for the fucking raids. I appreciate it. Hold it! I think this has inspired me to make some new stuff for the stream. I think I might make a hold it green screen. I mean, obviously, that's probably something that exists. I think I'm gonna put that up. Wasn't detected? What, did you just do it? Because I don't know if I have alerts on this screen or not. I don't know. Or because you probably did it while I was switching screens, maybe. Take that! Yeah, this was a huge fucking amount of fun. I had such a good time. If you did it when I switched to my eye screen, when I did the eye thing, when I do this, if you did it when I did that, that doesn't have alerts on it, so it might have canceled it out. I don't have that screen fully done yet.
Okay, let's see. Oh shit, boy. Okay, I know who we're rating today. Good friend of the stream. But yeah, let's. This was hella fun. Tomorrow is Monday. I think I'm gonna play a bit of Tales of Vesperia. We're gonna get a little bit further in that because I've been off that game for a while. And whenever I'm ready, you know, maybe like 2 streams of that, and then we're gonna go into Wander Song. Heroes Redeemed, his point selection for me to play Wander Song. I have the game. It's downloaded. It's ready to go. But I want to get some Vesperia in since I've been off of it for so long. And we'll play Wander Song. That'll be the next other game that we do. And then we'll figure it out from there. Oh shit, Lasagna. Thank you for the gifty, dude. Holy crap, you didn't need to do that. We just met. But actually, let me check the stats. Bro, we are we're 3 follows away from 400. Thank you so much, Lumpy. You did not have to do that. I totally appreciate it. We're at 15,000 views on the channel and 397 followers. With 3 more, and I'm gonna be doing a Kingdom Hearts randomizer. That'll probably be the next game. So once I finish Wander Song, I'll probably be flip-flopping between Vesperia and Kingdom Hearts randomizer. Kingdom Hearts 1 randomizer to be specific. So we're going to raid. Let's see if you guys see it. Are you fucking kidding me? It still doesn't. The command still doesn't work in my Twitch chat. Let me try it right here. Does it work here? Yeah, I have to use the button for some reason. I don't know why. Usually you can like type it in chat. It always says error though. Alright, so we are going to raid my good buddy. You've seen him in the channel. You know him, you love him. The Knackle Factory. I didn't know he was streaming today. But Knackle is streaming right now. And we are going to raid him. Please send my man some love. It's been a very long time since he streamed. And I always love his streams. He plays really old games. And he always loves talking about games, anime, whatever. You bring it up, he loves to talk about it. He's such a great guy. And I hope you guys have fun with him. And I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you guys all tomorrow, though. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support and being here. It's been so much fucking fun. I might stay up a little bit longer to tweak some follower sounds, maybe. But thank you guys so much. I will see you guys later, alright? Bye-bye.